Good afternoon. We'll call this regular board meeting for Wednesday, April 12th, 2023 to order at 4:02 p.m. We have executive session today for roughly an hour and a half. Roll call, please, Melissa.
Director Bankus?
And we'll see.
Director Bankus is joining us remotely, virtually, and she is present.
Director Daniels?
Director Daniels is not here at this time.
Director Jorgensen?
I'm here.
Director Loma?
Here.
Director Malpacum?
Here,
Director Nelson?
Director Nelson is out of town and joining us virtually.
Director Ott?
Here.
So we have 4 board members in attendance in person, and I see Director Daniels walking in at this time. So we have 5 board members in person, and Director Nelson and Director Bankus are joining us remotely. Please join me as we observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Director Ott, can you please make the motion to adopt the agenda?
Yes. I move that the Board of Education adopt the agenda by removing item F2, budget transfers, appropriations, and FTE approvals, as there are no budget transfers, appropriations, or FTE approvals.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Director Bankus? Director Bankus? Director Bankus, are you unmuted? Director Bankus?
So I get a text that they cannot hear us, so. So you can move on with the roll call.
Director
Yeah, but there's-
Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
What's their
Aye.
doing direct?
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
And again, since we don't have a response, you can move on.
Director Ott?
Aye.
And Director Daniels?
Aye.
Okay, so the ayes have it. The agenda has been adopted. Director Jorgensen, can you please make the motion to enter into executive session?
I move that the Board of Education convene into executive session to discuss negotiations per CRS 24-6-402 4E, particular matter, interest-based bargaining, and meet and confer.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Director Bankus? Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson? Voted online.
Okay,
Director Ott?
Aye.
and Director Nelson voted aye?
She voted aye.
Okay, sounds good. So the motion to enter into executive session has been adopted. We will enter into executive session now and reconvene for the rest of our regular board meeting at approximately 5:30 p.m. at the boardroom. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, good evening to all of you. We are reconvening in public session, and there is no need to modify the agenda. For those of you who did not see the start of the meeting, the agenda was adopted by removing item F2, budget transfers, appropriations, and FTE approvals, as there are no budget transfers, appropriations, or FTE approvals. As always, it's good to see all of you, students and community and staff members here too. Thank you all for being here this evening. Just want to give a quick update. At the last board meeting, I started by addressing the devastating loss of a student's life in a tragic traffic accident in front of Dorothy High School. Couple of updates in that regard. I mentioned at that time the need to partner with the city in making the roads and walkways. That's okay. He wants to talk, so. In making the roads and walkways safer for our students to commute back and forth to school, within 24 hours, the city was responsive, and in a joint meeting, we announced that Bonds Road in front of the school will be designated a school zone with flashing lights and slower speeds. I wish we could have done this sooner without the loss of a student's life. Unfortunately, a tragedy was the catalyst for this action. And I do want to take a minute to thank the city, all the people that were involved in the city, and the people in the traffic division too for collaborating and working with the district and announcing those safety measures. And I read an email from Principal Flanagan earlier this morning that work is going to start in front of Dorothy High School. In fact, this week, and by the end of this month, the flashing lights and the school zone, everything is going to be good to go. So I also request that our parents and community members that drive down that road respect those speed limits for the safety of our students. And lastly, in this regard, I want to thank the Dorothy staff, students, and the entire D11 community. There was an outpouring of love and support in all the messages and responses we received. As a building or a district level leader, that is as challenging and difficult a situation as it gets. So I want to publicly thank Principal Flanagan and the Dorothy staff, Captain Thomas and the Dorothy Navy JROTC, Deborah Ashby and her team for coordinating the media side, David Allison and his team for the security arrangements that they provided at the school, the D11 counseling department for being there to support our students, area superintendent Joyner, your presence was noticed, observed, and appreciated, and Superintendent Gall for making all those resources available. Just a sincere note of appreciation for all of you for stepping up during a painful and tough situation. And one more update on that, the parents of that foreign exchange student were also in town within 48 hours, and they got to spend the Friday before spring break at Dorothy, surrounded by staff and students. The We Before Me motto was in full display as the Dorothy community responded with love, compassion, empathy, and support. And the parents of that student definitely felt that. So thank you for all of you collectively coming together. That was community in action, leaning in, embracing and supporting in a time of need. And I know that brought some semblance of comfort and solace to that family. So thank you to all of you in that regard. So with that, let's get tonight's meeting started. As always, I request everyone to be respectful, civil, and courteous in all your interactions. Please follow the expected norm and professional decorum. Looking forward to a productive evening. We are going to have the staff and the students from the Digital School and Achieve Online who will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Awards and recognitions. Superintendent Gall, I'll turn it over to you.
President Malpacum, board members, community members, and staff and students that are here, welcome to our board meeting. It's always great to start off with recognition. There are so many ways that our students are being celebrated across our state. Tonight we have two different categories. We're going to start with our D11 students that won the Pikes Peak Regional Science and Engineering Fair Awards. Go ahead, Melissa. If you could come forward, please.
Two young scientists, Cami Wolkow and Natalie Moreau, ninth graders from Palmer High School, won special awards and placed at the Pikes Peak Regional Science and Engineering Fair, PPRSEF. Cami researched the ability of fungi to clean antibiotics from the environment. In addition to the special awards, Cami was awarded third place in the Life/Environmental Science category and earned a spot in the Colorado State Science Fair in April. Natalie investigated buoys that capture wave energy and convert it to electricity. Along with her special awards, Natalie earned first place in the Life/Environmental Science category and a trip to Fort Collins for State Science Fair. Natalie was also awarded the Senior Division Grade Prize and an automatic bid to the International Science Fair in Dallas. The Pikes Peak Regional Science and Engineering Fair is a nonprofit dedicated to encouraging youthful interest in scientific endeavors through student participation in regional, state, and international science fair. It is a judged competition open to any student in grades 6 to 12 from Elbert, El Paso, Park, and Teller counties. The 2023 PPR SEF was held at UCCS on Saturday, February 25th, 2023, with an awards presentation at Library 21C on Wednesday, March 1st.
We'll have fun.
So, Melissa. So before we move on to the next award and presentation, Naomi and Cami, I just want to pass along a message from you from Director Bankus. She talked to me today earlier that she attended the Pikes Peak, the fair that you guys won an award in. She was so appreciative and enthusiastic about both your projects, and she wanted to share that. And on behalf of Director Bankus and the rest of the board, congratulations and best wishes.
Palmer High School students awarded National German Exam honors. Palmer High School had 6 students win awards in the National German Exam. Level 3 students Killian Howarth received a gold certificate and Briar Witherow received a bronze certificate. Level 2 students Hannah Medina Armijo received a silver certificate. Lincoln Todd received a bronze certificate. Thomas Broadway received a bronze certificate. And Paul Bergeman received an achievement certificate. Their teacher is Susan Tile. The National German Exam, NGE, is administered yearly to over 15,000 high school students who take German. NGE provides individual diagnostic feedback, rewards students through an extensive prize program, and creates a sense of accomplishment. Exam results provide teachers with programmatic data to inform curricular decisions. The exam takes place over 2 days. The first day consists of a timed reading section, and the second is a 45-minute listening and viewing section. The material and questions are presented entirely in German.
Wunderbar. Tschüss. Run out of German things to say. Sorry. Slide dry. Your full sex. Congratulations. Dankeschön. Good job.
So thank you. Congratulations to these students as well. Moving on to the school spotlight. Today we have the staff and students from Digital High School and Achieve Online. Superintendent Gall.
Yeah, John, if you can come forward as we bring your slides up. I just want to frame for folks, as I end my first year here, when I had the opportunity to look at the data during my interview process, I thought to myself, wow, we have some incredible growth and opportunity in serving students that's happening at Digital and Achieve. Matter of fact, when we run utilization reports that talk about how we use space in serving students, John's schools at Digital and Achieve are over 100% full. And so as you hear us talk a lot about decreasing enrollment and decreasing achievement, this is a place where we have figured out how to serve students in ways that they weren't getting the service that they needed in their traditional comprehensive experience. And so I've challenged the team, and as John will talk about their work today, I don't want to just be the best at what we do in District 11 at Digital and Achieve. I think there's more growth opportunity for District 11 to position themselves as the resource for El Paso County and beyond for kids that need a different solution to their educational experience. And so this is really exciting that we're having the Digital and Achieve schools here today to share their success. But when you're listening, pay attention and think to yourselves as staff members, how can we be incorporating these opportunities, because we now call them opportunity schools, for our students at an earlier time where we could actually even further increase the success that we're seeing there. John, over to you.
Thank you, Superintendent Gall, Board of Education members, thank you for having us today. We'd like to start first with a little swag. If we can have Tyra and Rain go ahead and hand out your bags here. I know you're all signed up for the 5K run tomorrow, right? Not the walk, the run. So we've got some shirts here for you. When you're done with the race, you can have a nice, clean Achieve or digital shirt.
Yeah,
Superintendent Gall, we've got.
you can approach the dais.
Superintendent Gall, we've got 2 for you, so you need to do a 10K tomorrow, okay? Okay, as those are getting passed out, we got a short, just a little video here for you. We'll start with Achieve Online. Oh. Thank you, Mrs. Crowe. So you can see that Achieve Online is more than just a student, a computer, and a teacher. Lots of fun things to do at Achieve Online. We started in 2010 with 56 students, and I think currently we're up to 369 students in grades 6 through 12. The key factor here is 25% of our enrollment is actually out-of-district students that come to us. Oh, sorry. You can see our first graduation on the left there. You could hear a pin drop. We had 8 graduates in the auditorium that day. In last year, we had 90 graduates, so we've grown quite a bit. Student profile, 90% of our students are defined as at risk by CDE. We are an AEC school with a mobility rate of 27%, and you can see our free and reduced rate there as well. Here's what we like to brag on. We're not competitive at Achieve and Digital, just so you know. We were rated as the #1 alternative education campus in all of El Paso County this last year, and 3rd in the state as far as onlines of Colorado. So we're real happy with our school performance framework data. 5 Essentials is a big thing that we do in District 11, and Achieve has been recognized as a well-organized school for the past 4 years. Our bugaboo is ambitious instruction, so that's the one that we've really tried to work hard at the last 4 years, and we've raised that by 14 points in the last 4 years. Again, there's some of the fun things you get to do. You get to go to online school and to go fly fishing. I never got to do that when I was in high school. We've gone on skiing trips. You can see it all there. All breed rescue is a huge one. Kids just line up to go play with the puppies. That's a fun one. Our partnerships, we are partnered with all those folks up there. We offer, Ms. Crowe is our fabulous art teacher here. She offers college art to every high school in the district. And we're also going to pick up rock climbing at the college level next year in PE. We're starting an exciting partnership with Spark Online next year in that their students at the high school level will take math classes at Achieve, and some of our students could be taking elective classes at Spark Online. Our CLEP testing data, we had 7 students earn a total of 40 college credits so far at Achieve. Again, there's some more of the fun things that staff get to do. They get to go play whirly ball. We had a group of folks, nine Achieve staff members presented in Austin this year at the National Digital Learning Conference. All the great things that we do at Achieve Online. Okay, the digital school. We got a short little video here.
Are you ready? Ready to finally get your high school diploma? D11's Digital High School is here for you. Flexible schedule, individualized classes, personalized instruction. Don't wait. Take the first step and call today and be on your way. There'll never be a better time or a better way. D11's Digital High School is your answer.
So I'm sure you all recognize that famous voice of Miss Deborah Ashby. She did our great work there. The digital school is a credit recovery program, not a school. Students come to the digital school to earn credit. Again, when we first started out, this is back in 2003, we're located in the Citadel Mall. We're the only second school in the country that was located in a mall at that time. You can see I had a lot less gray hair back then. And I used to go down into the food court and actively recruit all the kids that were skipping school at lunchtime and say, hey, let's come on upstairs here and try out this new cool computer program. So we started with, 6 or 8 students back in the day there.
Just out of curiosity, how many of those staff members do you still have from that picture?
Could you go back there? Oh boy, I'm the only one there. One of them's assistant principal, the lady on the far left, or she's a principal in D49 now.
Okay.
Yeah. Credits earned. This is where students come to the digital school. I'm sorry, it's a little hard to read there, but we are nearing 30,000 credits earned for our D11 students over the last 20 years. And we've got 159 full-time and 187 part-time students. So our folks are busy over there, and we continuously serve over 500 students on a yearly basis because kids enroll almost every day at the digital school. Student profile, out-of-district enrollment, about 19% of our kids come from out of district, and you can see our free and reduced rate there. And graduates. This is a stat that we're really proud of. We're nearing 2,000 graduates, meaning the student took their last credit to graduate at the digital school, and they attach and they graduate back with one of our high schools in D11. Probably the stat that I'm most proud of with the digital school, over the last 5 years, we've contributed to an increase of a 6.4% on the D11 graduation rates for students that come through the digital school. We had our 20th anniversary with In-N-Out Burger this year. Dr. Mel Pockham was there. He enjoyed a hamburger on us that day. And our partnerships with the digital school, you can see we partner with every single school, secondary school in the district to include CTE. And next year, or our CLEP testing, I really want to hit this one because I believe we're leading the district with the 90 college credits that our digital students have earned. And starting next year, we're excited, we'll be taking on and overseeing the extended learning program at the digital school. And there's some of our staff members. All of those folks are still there. And we'll end with this slide. Combined, both of our schools, we have 715 students, to speak to Superintendent Gall's point, which would make us the 6th largest school in District 11 if you combine both of our enrollments. We're all about relationships. My folks will tell you that we work hard at building strong relationships with our students and parents. My office at the Wasson campus is directly across from the daycare. So when I'm having a particularly bad day, like I did today, I get to walk out and oftentimes run into these kids right here from our daycare. My personal favorite, you can't really read it, but the one in the very back with the black T-shirt has a Johnny Cash T-shirt on. So him and I are buds. With that, that's all I have with the digital school and Achieve Online.
Thank you. Thank you for your feedback. Thank you for coming and sharing some information about both your schools. And now that you're at the board meeting, hope your day is getting better and better.
Yeah.
So with that, board members' thoughts or questions, comments to Principal Bailey? Director Jurgensen.
Yeah, I appreciated hearing about the partnership with Spark Online, another one of our D11 schools. Can you expand more on what brought about that connection?
Yeah, so they're going to have a need next year in high school math, and we feel like we can plug that hole with our instructors over at Achieve. So they will be full-time enrolled at Spark, but dual enrolled with Achieve and take their math coursework through us. And vice versa, we might have some electives that our Achieve kids want to take through Spark.
Awesome. That's very awesome. Thank you for filling that hole.
You bet.
Yeah, thank you for that collaboration that you're talking about and the overlap between you and Spark. Any further thoughts or questions from board members? Seeing none, thank you again. Thank you for being here. All the information that you shared with us about the combined total number of students making you the sixth highest high school or sixth highest school in District 11, and several years of being a performance school and where you started from and where you are right now, and strong 5 essentials data to go with it. And the constant there, Principal Bailey, it's you. Okay, I mean, you're the...
Is he calling me old?
No idea. That was not my intention. I would say grizzled and veteran experience that you bring out there. So thank you for bringing that stability and opportunity for growth out there. And thank you for your leadership. And that's reflected in the 5 essential data too.
Yeah.
So I wish you the very best, and any specific needs that you have that the board should be aware of at this point in time is your school.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think we're off and ready for next year already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
it's
Thanks for the
good to
time.
see your staff. And are all the people in the front row your staff? And
Yeah.
maybe they can stand up.
That would be remiss without
Yeah.
introducing them real quick. This is Miss Crow. She's our art teacher. This is Tyra, who will be speaking here next. I tried her to get her to do my portion, but she wouldn't do it. This is Miss McMillan. She's one of our counselors. Miss Leslie, she's a digital counselor. Back in the back, there's Miss Kittner, digital school teacher, and that is Rain back there from digital. She will be speaking as well.
Okay. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
So if I could get the 2 students, Tyra and Rain, to come on up, you get a chance to thank your teachers. Come on this way. Over here, you get to sit there. So the mic's already hot. Just bend it down, sit down in the chair, and tell everybody what's so great about your school and your teachers. Yeah, this. I promise you it works. I'm always talking.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bailey. It is a pleasure to be here speaking at this board meeting today. I'd like to first introduce myself. My name is Tyra Saldana. I'm a senior at Achieve Online. I've attended Achieve since the beginning of my sophomore year. As I'm here today, I'd like to thank all the staff at Achieve Online and give a special thanks to Ms. Crow, Ms. Jurgensen, and Ms. McMillan. I would not be where I'm at today if it wasn't for this school and the supportive staff. I never thought I'd be attending an online school. With me becoming a mother at a very young age, I decided to attend Achieve. It was a perfect choice due to the flexible hybrid schedule. I had concerning thoughts that I wouldn't be able to finish school nor continue school, but the school, Achieve Online, made it possible for me not only to finish high school, but also start my career towards nursing while still being in high school. Ms. Jurgensen and Ms. McMillan were supportive in helping me get concurrently enrolled at Odyssey, Digital, and Pikes Peak State College to help find the perfect classes that fit my schedule. Ms. Jurgensen has also helped me get involved in many extracurricular programs, such as nominating me for the Student of the Month for the African American Leadership. Ms. Crow was an amazing homeroom teacher as she supported my decision I made, as well as having the flexibility when needed with my very busy schedule. Achieve in District 11 has been very supportive and has been a huge part of my high school journey. As Mr. Bailey was saying about the daycare, my son attends that daycare as well. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Rain Lynn, and I am a junior at Digital High School. It has been a great fit by helping me reach my full academic potential. I used to go to Pine Creek High School. I was bullied a lot, and even though the school tried its best to accommodate me and personalize my education there wasn't much they could do as a standard high school. After my sophomore year, I decided to look for more options after failing half my classes second semester. My mom was asking for school recommendations, and my teacher, Mrs. Kittner, reached out. Throughout the year, Mrs. Kittner has helped me reach my goals every step of the way. Since the school has students taking one class at a time with no deadlines, school becomes much easier to manage and have a life outside school. Mrs. Kittner helps us plan what classes we will take and set goals as to when they should be finished. I've missed a lot of school this year and throughout high school, but with the flexibility and individualized learning, I didn't get left behind like I would at a normal school with course deadlines. Furthermore, classes can be accessed at any time, even when sick, at home, or late at night, etc. With Mrs. Kittner keeping me on track, encouraging me, and checking in on me, I couldn't ask for a better teacher. Mrs. Leslie, my counselor, has been there to support me and help me with goals and recommendations for after high school. There are other teachers there to help students with certain subjects and can tutor struggling students. Because of the digital high school staff and curriculum, I went from failing school as a sophomore to graduating a year early as a junior. Thank you.
So before we get to your superintendent's report, Director Nelson had a comment or a question to Principal Bailey, I think. I forgot to get to her. So Director Nelson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Mr. Bailey what your sales pitch is that you would recommend the rest of us share with other people. I love the story about you recruiting students out of the Citadel Mall food court because it was clear to you that they were skipping school since they were there in the middle of the week, in the middle of the day. And so I recently learned of a sibling, an older sibling of some students at my kids' elementary school that has dropped out of high school. And he's on my mind a lot about knowing education will only help his future and how do I encourage him to get back into school. And so I was just curious what you would recommend communicating to someone who has made that choice, and how do we get them back?
I missed the very first part of that. I'm sorry.
What's your sales
Sales
pitch?
pitch.
Oh, what's our sales pitch? It's
What
our-
did you go and tell the kids at Citadel Mall to get them to
I
use?
tried everything. I think there was McDonald's in there at the time. I would buy McDonald's, and to have somebody come up, an adult, when they're all skipping school and say, "Hey, come and just check this out." It freaked them out at first, but then it's all about relationships. You got to hook them somehow and to get them in the door.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Director Loma.
Well, you say you're credit restoration. That's your main focus, but in fact, you're just a high school, correct?
Digital school is credit recovery, and Achieve Online is an actual graduating high school.
Because
Two schools out there.
Right. So I've been in contact with Enlighten. I don't know if you heard of Enlighten.
I don't think so.
They're a digital high school. Also, Liberty University, they have a K-8 online, but they're a tuition-based high school. And I don't know if there's any legalities, but to expand your program, because you're doing the same thing they're doing. Mm-hmm. There's no difference. And in fact, they all provide college accreditation as well, dual enrollments. But I don't know if you've thought that, but to expand your portfolio, is it a possibility where you can make yourself available nationally? And the Enlightenment and Liberty, they go globally. as a school, alternative school.
So I'll answer for John. We are exploring more options on homeschooling and multi-district online opportunities. This is a growing part of education.
Right.
There are many people who don't like this part of education, but we are following the market. So this is tremendous work. And if you peeled back some of the articulation from our two young students, you'll hear things. You'll hear concurrent enrollment. You'll hear in-school childcare. You'll hear relationships with counselors. You'll hear the things that we're saying over and over again that have come from the traditional model, but are now morphing into this space of, I think the sales pitch for Digital Achieve is, if you need something different, we've got it.
Right.
We've got it. Now, in a state of choice, which we are supportive of, we have to be flexible to those different demands. We have spent the better part of a decade trying to force ourselves into an old box, and COVID is really the accelerant that teaches us that our students are going to define what they need, and we have to be responsive to that. And nobody is doing that more so than Digital Achieve and our other digital opportunities in Spark Online and some of the other ways that we're offering Ascent and other access to concurrent and dual enrollment through digital platforms. This is a growing space for us to continue to explore, and I love the idea of it even expanding outside of, as John has shared, being the leader in El Paso County.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Back to you.
Okay,
For the superintendent.
slightly disrupted. If these are our GSD awards, getting stuff done, thank you so much to Tyra and Rain. Nothing is more exciting than giving up your seat at the dais to hear a student be able to thank the teachers and the staff and the community that are providing them the opportunity, as you heard both our young students say, not to meet their potential, but to exceed their potential. So many of our children are dealt obstacles in their lives that could derail them from getting to spaces. We are a district that will meet the needs to ensure that our children exceed their potential. And so I could not be more excited to always start my GSD awards and my superintendent's report with shout outs from our students to the school that they chose, that they feel valued by. To the comments of this being a relationships game, it always has been and it always will be. We just have to be open to new ways to define those relationships. So thank you to John and the team, and particularly to Tyra and Rain. We're going to play a video here. We started CMAS training today, CMAS testing.
All right, now this is only going to happen if we all work together. Now who's in?
Together, come on, let's have some fun. Wildcats everywhere, wave your hands up in the air. That's the way we do it, let's get to it.
So this is Freedom Elementary School, and that is Principal Rochelle Williams kicking off for her entire student body, families, and staff our CMAS testing windows, which started on Monday. Now, the secrets to success, we certainly know about rigor and about planning and about engagement, but I promise you, if you're a principal and you can get your staff to do a flash mob, you can get anything done. So take measurement to how our leaders are leading, and I know that many of our other schools did other videos and other kickoff events for CMAS. But if you're thinking about District 11 and all our districts across the state for the next 2 weeks, be thinking about making sure that your students are getting the rest that they need and getting the meals and the support that they need to come in for testing. Better rested, better tested. Thanks to Rochelle and the team at Freedom. I had the good fortune of attending the If You Give a Child a Book initiative, which is sponsored by Howard Scripps. This happened on last week at Queen Palmer Elementary School. It was not only a repeated event through the Howard Scripps and the North Colorado Springs Rotary in sponsoring it. They come there twice a year. We gave away 5 books to every first through fifth grader. And of key here was we had the introduction of a new book by author Dav Pilkey on the Dogman book. He is the author of Captain Underpants. And so he's moved on from underpants to dogs. And never missing a chance to get a good laugh and response from her team, Principal Butcher said, "Can I get 3 snaps, claps, and a woof woof?" Of which everyone in attendance responded with 3 snaps, a clap, and a woof woof. So, a big shout out and for a GSD award to Carlos Santos, our Palmer High School community liaison. In her spare time and in her partnership with the New Life Church downtown, she has revamped both the Palmer High School Teachers Lounge as well as converting an old storage closet into our community care closet, giving our teachers the opportunity to have respite from their hard work and engaging Palmer in our downtown community where there are so many families with great need to having access to those types of opportunities is just tremendous work. So thanks to Carla Santos and her support there. We also kicked off CMAS. Is Carlos here? Oh, please, come on, stand up. Come here, come on forward. Now, as luck would have it, I had a brief conversation with Carlos, her husband, and your son. Is that right? Out front, Oliver. Where's Oliver? There's Oliver. We raise Oliver up out there, and we're super excited for Oliver to be a future District 11 student as well. So it's a fortuitous opportunity that we met in the hallway. Thank you. Over at Monroe this week, we gave away a bunch of shoes. This is a continuing relationship as well, and is striding into CMAS. We really appreciate the donation of the host organization, Stride, to help our students get new shoes. What was really fun was to see our pre-K classroom coming in on a day off to come get new shoes. And I'll tell you, first of all, little kids are always faster than I am, but little kids in new shoes are really fast. And they were super excited to demonstrate that. This is a great opportunity and well executed by our staff at Monroe. We held our first ever Governor's Job Fair. The Governor's Job Fair had traditionally been held at a city-wide location, but the city knew that we are strong in workforce development, and they asked us to sponsor it on-site, thinking that we would get better student support. So this was the first year that we did that in conjunction with the Pikes Peak Workforce Center. Over at Doherty High School, so thanks to the team at Doherty, particularly our AP, Lauren Murphy, really went above and beyond in actually pulling this event off. There were over 180 students in attendance for 25 different employers who were there to offer interviews and jobs on site. And those opportunities ranged everywhere from Amazon to the North Pole Tourism Center and even the Commissary and Base Exchange up at the Air Force Academy. So it was great to see those members of our work of our economy seeing District 11 as potential workforce solutions for them. Here's a photo of, thanks to Baxter Auto Group, who donated 2 vehicles. You can see the minivan there on the left of the screen, and way behind the big grab of other people is a tiny Honda Civic. But those 2 vehicles have been donated by the Baxter Auto Group. One will be at our facility at Wasson, and the other will go into our facility at Doherty. I really want to highlight the 2 students in the front. We have, I'm going to forget their 2 names. One of them is Darren, and I forgot the other gentleman's young name. But both of them are juniors at the Wasson campus, and both of them are taking automotive tech and looking for career opportunities there. We currently have 6 students who are in internships with Toyota alone in the Baxter Auto Group, and those students are actually paid on those internships. And so the slogan we'd love to be able to adopt, and so all high school students pay attention, we pay you to graduate high school. So we want to be able to continue to double our internships and apprenticeships every year, that all students in high school are getting an experiential opportunity to be able to get competency-based demonstration of knowledge. So thank you to the Baxter Auto Group and to all the folks that lead in on this CTE initiative. We had a hiring fair this week at the Tesla campus, which is really the second of a 2-day event. On Friday, we were at UCCS recruiting the School of Education students at UCCS, and we garnered over 100 candidates at that location and got them committed to come to Tesla, where they were getting school-by-school interviews for openings in District 11 as we get ready for next year. It's a huge opportunity for us to have shifted, as you've heard me say before, our principal posting, interviewing, and hiring to before spring break, and now our teacher posting, interviewing, and hiring to right after spring break. Our if-then statement is very simple. If we continue to have the strongest educators in the region, we will then have the strongest achievement. If we have the strongest achievement, we will then also have the strongest enrollment. Remember, we seek to be District 11, which means we have to be number one twice. Number one in achievement and number one in enrollment. So thanks to everybody who showed up out there. It was a great event. Don't forget, it is 2 for Tuesday for teachers again through the end of the year. So their pictures are getting smaller because we're overpopulating the slides. Please follow our social media and take a look at each one of these teachers. I will call out Gina Turner in the bottom left there because I've had the good fortune of coming to her class several times at Doherty High School. And it was her class that came up with an initiative that said, we want the outdoor eating area on the front side of Doherty to be refreshed. They designed it, they scoped it, they priced it, and I was there 2 weeks ago with a pizza party to open it. But that doesn't happen without an engaged teacher like Ms. Turner. So thanks to Ms. Turner and all the teachers celebrated here as we continue to do our 2 for Tuesday teachers.
Before you, Gina Turner
Is Gina Turner is here, is she right? There you are, Gina. Gina, can you come forward? I was commenting to Ms. Turner that when you talk to so many people in a crowd, what you realize is that you don't actually see anybody in the crowd. You just see the crowd. So thanks to the board for pointing that out. Slightly out of norm, we're now going to go into a little bit of a heavy subject, and we're going to go through Summer Bridge. Normally, the superintendent's report is light and celebratory. This was scheduled for a work session last week, but due to the extensive amount of time that we've been spending on building the budget, we had to postpone that. We do not want to postpone our efforts in communicating what our plans are for Summer Bridge. So I'm going to ask Chief Acevedo and her team to come forward and hand over the clicker for them to be able to take over the slides for our Summer Bridge brief to the board. Here you go.
And thank you, Principal Bailey and your team for being here.
Please introduce Brenda too,
Just getting the PowerPoint up. I'm happy to be here to talk about Summer Bridge. I'm just going to introduce us and get us started. And I'll be able to introduce Brenda Duran, who's been leading the charge for expanded academic learning and our Summer Bridge programming. So in a moment, I'll give it over to her. Great. Thank you, Melissa. In looking at this, I'm just going to talk just a little bit about the research. Superintendent Gall has talked a lot about this with all of our staff, and it's that importance of having quality time for instruction. So this part of the quadrant of the graph shows that your sweet spot of having the correct amount of time with high quality instruction. It gives you the maximum input of how students can grow and gets them the maximal level of growth. That is what we're shooting for with our summer programming and our expanded academic learning programming overall for all of our D11 students. And so with that, going a little into the research, the big picture of what expanded learning time offers is if we increase the number of hours of instruction students receive, either by increasing that time during the school day, like the board supported for this school year, but then also extended school year, like we're doing here with summer programming, it can be very, very effective for every age group, all types of students, and for all subject matter. So it truly is important, and that's what we're striving for. The research also does very much show that voluntary summer programming supports overall district priorities and efforts to improve outcome for kids across the board. That's what the research shows. It also shows that the amount of time that you put in programming is very important. Really, what we're striving for is to increase the number of weeks. But for this school year, we are focusing on that bolded part there of having at least or more than 3 hours of academic instruction daily. And so I know we had a question on the number of academic hours. We are well over the 3 hours at 4.5 hours of instruction daily. And then also this last bullet that it is important, the research shows you have to have attendance, you have to have the quality instructional time coupled with instruction, high quality instruction. And again, that is where we're focusing on for this year and then into future years of programming for summer school, Summer Bridge. With that, how effective is expanded academic learning time in putting together all of our programming? These are the areas, the features that we're working to address and get into the most effective categories with curriculum, training and coaching, where and when, attendance, the amount of time, class sizes, and teachers. And so very specifically, for changes in programming this year, we're highlighting that curriculum and instruction, so aligned, coherent instruction. So we have that more sustained across all programs, certainly emphasizing attendance, which is an overall district goal, and class size, keeping it in that 10 to 15 student range so we can get really individualized support. And again, having certified staff is a must. This was in the reading ahead of times. I'm not going to read each of those, but I just want to point out we've got plans for what can happen and what is happening this summer, and then what will happen next summer in service of the research that I just provided. And so you can see our area model for having consistency across all programs, academics, focus on what we're doing there with our common curriculum, student enrollment, how we're enrolling students, and I know there were questions related to enrollment as well. We are doing school invitations, but we're also having a level of criteria for the overall district, and Brenda will go into that more. We're adding a component of high-impact tutoring, which is also embedded to the programming. That is new, and it has been shown to really be able to individualize and accelerate progress, and again, that instructional hours and enrichment. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to Brenda Duran, who's leading our expanded academic learning efforts, to go through the overview of this year's programming.
Thank you, Ms. Acevedo. I don't think I really need to do the PowerPoint. She pretty much did a really good job of giving that to you. Good evening, President Malpacum, Superintendent Gall, Board Directors. My name is Brenda Duran. This is my 6th year in the district. I am the Director of System Improvement. Wanted to go back into the PowerPoint about CMAS. When I was principal, I was actually Captain Underpants. So just want to let you know. So if you can't remember me, just remember Captain Underpants, because I had the whole attire going on. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to walk you through Summer Bridge 2023, since I am now the new coordinator. If you will allow me to go through the presentation, I know you have a full agenda. I will definitely address any questions that you have particular to any of the slides. When we were designing Summer Bridge, and we, meaning area superintendents, I worked collaboratively with them, we had to look at the sites. We looked at the facility work that would be happening at several of our sites that would impact their ability to host Summer Bridge, which is why you see a lot of the combination sites. The other factors that we took into consideration was new leadership. We didn't want to have new leadership running our Summer Bridge programs because we wanted the principals, as many principals as we could, to run our Summer Bridge programs. We also looked at bus routes so that we wouldn't have students on bus routes for a very long time. We looked at keeping schools in combination and collapse them according to area. So if you look at our map, we have 3 sites that I definitely know was a question about combining some of our middle schools with high schools and one of our elementary at a middle school. And again, we took into the factors, we wanted to make sure they remained in the area so that transportation was feasible. We will keep an eye on that. So especially those 3 sites where we have middle school combined with a high school or an elementary combined with a middle school, I will keep a close eye on that and monitor it and see if we need to make adjustments for next year. Our Summer Bridge program is a 4-week session. It's June 5th through June 30th. It's 5 days a week. It is definitely 5 instructional hours, 2.5 for literacy, 2 for math, and 30 minutes for enrichment. That does not include a 30-minute lunch period, which is 15 minutes lunch, 15 minutes recess. Middle school, it can look like having 6 periods or block times with 45-minute lessons. For high school, it can look like a block schedule where they have semester 1 for the first 2 weeks, semester 2 for the second 2 weeks. However, we want to make sure that we have academics as the key focus. Enrichment to provide students that opportunity to take electives. In elementary, that would be PE, music, art, STEAM, or possibly some social, emotional, or learning embedded in that. We also want to encourage staff members to use as much project-based learning experiences so students get something different that they normally get during the school year. We want to enhance that learning. For enrollment, we're doing a combination of first level and second level. So principals are doing an invitation, but they are using data to select those students who are on the bubble or need that support to fill the gaps as we prepare them for next school year. And so they are using our STAR Math and STAR Reading state assessments, as well as Acadians for our lower levels, to make that decision to target students. The recommendation from research is that we do not have more than 15 students per class, but we are going to see how we can accommodate as many of those bubble students as we can. So if we have a building who fills up and is at capacity, we will definitely look at other sites to make sure we give this opportunity to as many D11 students as we possibly can. K-8 academics, again, 2.5 hours of literacy, 2 hours of math. We are using high leverage standards that were identified last year by curriculum and instruction. We are using STAR assessments for grades 3 through 8 and Acadians grades K through 2. What you don't see are some really high recommendations of what kind of assessments we should use with STAR and which assessments we should use with Acadians. So next year, we will go to common curricular units per grade level, and we will also look at common assessments that principals will use to identify those students. That's coming next year. Some of our interventions, we will have 95% group, which we used last year. Core curriculum will be Wonders. For secondary, for middle school, which you do not see on here, will be Study Sync, which is the core curriculum. We will use Dreambox for math, which is the intervention, and we will use Eureka Math Squared. The units have been identified. There were just so many units. Paul Bungie did a really great job of identifying units per grade level, and he did that for every grade level from kinder through 8th. So too much to put on here, but they did a wonderful job. 9 through 12, it is credit recovery, where they will focus on student eligibility, attendance, scheduling, and course requirements and competencies. Tomorrow evening, I will host a Summer Bridge logistical information meeting. In one of those sessions, we will break out into elementary, middle, and high. This will give me an opportunity to listen to high school to see how each individual site is doing this particular process, because again, we want to align as closely as possible with the focus of credit recovery. High impact tutoring, like Ms. Acevedo said, we are looking at continuing that through the Summer Bridge program. This year we were targeting 4th and 5th math. We're looking at expanding that to literacy. I am working with high-impact tutors right now to see how we can design that, keep it at the 9 sites, and see how we can expand that in the future years. Enrichment, again, as I stated before, can look like at the elementary PE, music, arts, STEAM with the embedded SEL component. For middle schools, that can look like electives. And I'm not quite sure exactly what high school does, but we want to make sure that we create a really good balance of giving kids the academics that they need, but providing some of that exercise, that opportunity to reach out to other fun and exciting ways of learning. Our enrichment coordinator this year is Bethany Austin. She has created a catalog of community partners that principals can sign up with. These folks can come into schools and they can either do a lab, they can do a presentation. Schools have an opportunity to take a field trip. So we want to also make this exciting for our kids. We want to make it welcoming and fun as well as academically focused. Social-emotional needs, we have counselors in our schools that can deliver classroom lessons to teach social skills. We have counselors that can deliver one-on-one sessions. We have social workers that can do that at the middle school and high school. So we know the social-emotional piece of our students is very important. Staffing, that depends on the student need and the student size of the building. That can come in very many different components, but I will definitely sit with each principal. What I want to make sure right here is that we don't hire too many staff members, that they're standing around and we're trying to find work for them to do. We want them to be academically involved with our students, and time definitely used effectively. Accountability, like Mr. Gall has reiterated many times, we want the strongest instructional leaders delivering the lessons to our students. Area superintendents will do weekly governance and support. Many times I will be with them on those visits. Continuous senior leader presence, that will be my charge during the month of June. I will be in classrooms, I will be in buildings continuously. I will not be able to tell you how effective it is if I'm not in there actually examining it and giving you some data as to what I'm seeing. Instructional rounds, they are actually called learning walks. They are non-evaluative walks in buildings. We are not evaluating a teacher or a principal. I am actually evaluating the program, which I hope to provide evidence after what the focus is and the target and what we are looking for. I would like to give you that evidence and research at the end of the program. That will come with coaching support, principal support. Principals will turn in site plans in a couple of weeks, actually outlining their academic and goals. And again, definitely targeting those high leverage standards. Jumpstart will occur probably the last week of July, first week of August. This is actually an orientation for our rising preschoolers into kindergarten, our fifth graders going into 6th, and our 8th graders going into 9th. And so that's just going to give them an orientation to a new environment, new processes, procedures. For the little babies, it's even for carrying your tray. What do I do with my tray? How do I sit in a circle? How do I line up? For your middle schoolers and your high schoolers, it's how do you open a combination lock? How do you get to your lockers? Jumpstart is very important to just acclimate them to what is coming in the following year. Next steps, mass communication has already been launched. We have site plans that are coming up. Applications are going out. Bus schedules are established. I will continue to have monthly collaboration sessions with principals via WebEx or one-on-ones. And so until actual summer bridge begins, that will be my charge to make sure I support as much as I possibly can. What principals are doing right now is they're collaborating, especially if they've combined sites. They are recruiting staff. They're designing their master schedules. They're using data to target those students. They're contacting families, and I'm recommending that they do that through personal phone calls to make it very personal invitation, and creating a thematic unit to use throughout the month of June. There you go. So now I can address any questions specific.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And looking back, we've come a long way from 2 years back. And I remember having this conversation 2 years back, and we were asking for intentional planning, use of high leverage standards, focus on that, and rigor and accountability in the curriculum that was being taught, and this was going to be an opportunity to catch up our students. Right. And now we have a plan and a focus. I do appreciate all the thought process that has gone into, and I'm going to look at the board for questions. And while the board members are punching in their buttons, one question that I can ask, a common problem in past years has been attendance at these. How do you plan? I mean, it seems like the first week there is attendance. By the fourth week, half the students don't show up, or there is no continuity, sustainability. Do you have a plan in place as far as how do you get these kids to come, and also not only come but stay for the whole length of the program so they can benefit from it?
I will tell you that it's the initial contact that principals make with families to really invite them, make them feel welcomed. It's a well-designed program that principals have to create to basically make that summer bridge program so enriched with academics and a balance of extra enrichment activities. When students start to slip in attendance, and I'm even talking 1 day to 2, it is that personal contact to find out the reason for it. See if we can help families resolve any issues. Is it transportation? Is it something we can do to get your child back in this summer school program? But it's also expressing the importance of the Summer Bridge program. It's not just all fun and activities. It really is to fill those academic gaps that will help their child succeed for the following year. It's also looking at how can we incentivize it. And I don't mean buy a child. I mean, how can we incentivize the program to make them want to be there? So you have to be creative. I can tell you that. As previous principal, you've got to really sell the program. I heard Mr. Gall at one meeting say it's a cable package, and you better have a good cable package plan. I hope that helps, because attendance is a really tricky area. And unless you have creative ways, I'm not sure you can solve the problem, but it's a lot of dedication and effort. And I will definitely support principals on giving suggestions and ideas.
Yeah, maybe it's part of it as having some fun field trips associated with it, whether it's a trip to the zoo or something like that as part of the Summer Bridge.
Yeah, we've sought to find balance this year. I had the good fortune, and I am always thankful to the board to extending me the week opportunity in June last year before I came on officially to witness Summer Bridge. And so the focus this year, and I really appreciate Chief Acevedo starting with what the research shows. Our children need extended time and increased quality. Time doesn't just have to be on the clock. It just has to be an extension of learning, and that's where we started. The focus, the intentional design this year is on focus, on increased communication to families, and that site-based leadership matters. We have taken the time and the efforts to communicate, and area superintendents will be approving every site-based leadership team to ensure that we are extending the high quality of what we are seeing during the school year into this. As we have seen just with enrollment, the number one indicator of a decreased enrollment is a decrease in the quality of the offering. And so decrease in attendance over a period of 3 or 4 weeks would say to you that the market share is saying that this has not been a good use of our student or our family's time. So we are double down on that effort to make this. And then we removed a lot of slides because I asked the team to be focused on this year, but we are thinking in the out years beyond the ESSER funds that we have, how does Summer Bridge become core to what District 11 offers as a distinguisher from what other schools offer? As I said on camera for Queen Palmer during their book event, if you want to make up lost learning, please come to Queen Palmer or to other District 11 schools. We have the data that shows that our children are making up more than a year in many of our schools. We have to make that a brand opportunity for us, and we believe that Summer Bridge, starting this year on the things that we've learned in the first couple of years, will be an extendable and presentable part of the District 11 experience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Ott.
Yeah.
Thank you. Did you want to add something?
No, I was
to
just
us?
going to say any other questions?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But you know that. It sounds
Right?
like you got my questions. And I
I
know
did.
Director Nelson might have some as well, as she had shared some by email. But first, I'm going to go to Superintendent Gall's point about having great leadership there on staff. And so my question would be, you've already addressed, how do we incentivize? And that was one of my questions. And thank you
Right.
for addressing that. And
You're
field
very
trips and making it fun while extending the learning, which is, of course, the point of being there. How are we incentivizing our leadership and our staff, teachers, EAs, to be there as well? And some of that might come to pay or planning time and getting paid for that. Just a question for that.
Do either you want to address the way we structured some of the pay? I don't know if you have slides on it.
No, there aren't any slides on compensation. I think I'm going to put on my principal hat in the fact that we have some really good principals who need to step up to that instructional leadership, which many have, and that comes with compensation. We're asking principals to give their summer vacation of what very little is left. And I feel like if we compensate them for what they're worth, which means recommending that instead of a stipend, maybe we pay them per diem, that comes with accountability, right? I mean, I would like to be able to walk side by side with them to see what the summer program looks like in their building. But I think that compensation would give them the incentivized opportunity to just really look at our program and how can we increase the effectiveness. We definitely have plan time incorporated for our staff because we know teachers get burned out by the end of the summer. I think it's a lot of support that I can offer, that our district can offer. What do you need? And be there. We have help me, Mr. Gall, it's a dial-in program. So whatever you need, you dial in, and if it's curriculum instruction, if it's me, if it's math, we will definitely be there to make sure we meet their needs and help them have an effective program.
And I'm happy to share the compensation as an email to the board. We didn't include it here, but it was taken into account. There were some disconnects in last year's model in where leadership was not paid appropriately or consistently with the way they were paid over the school year. A lot of that has to do with the length of the contract, where our principals are paid into the month of June, and so being paid for the opportunity when you're already still on contract days as compared to a teacher's contract ending prior to the start of summer bridge. We believe we've rectified that in the compensation model, still keeping this well within the budget authority of what we had planned for the year. But I'll share that information to the board.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the other question I had for you, Brenda, was the equity question. It's sort of equity. It's so you have a school, I have a school, we're both principals. I'm making this up, of course, for me.
Sure.
But if we each are, I don't know, how many students are we allowed to give into the program or invite into the program? And if you have 5 students you think need assistance, and I have 10 even below yours academically, do my 10 kids get any advantage for
So
getting boosted?
I'll give you an example of Fremont because there are 4 sites, Fremont, Grant, Keller, and King. And Stacy Brisbane is the running school, summer school principal. So what those 4 principals are doing is, number one, they're looking at the data to identify those students. That's the first thing they're doing. They're then having a conversation of, well, how many students from Fremont will be invited? How many from King, Keller, and Grant? Knowing that we want to keep the capacity at 15 per classroom. What we'll do is collect those names. They will do personal invitations to those top targeted kids. Once they get a commitment, and we can't guarantee those children will show. So we want to make sure that we have waiting list of students. The hope is that we get an abundance of students showing, so we have an overflow problem. It's kind of a mathematical formula. You've got to look at 15 students per classroom, how many classrooms are available, how many sites are being combined. We create a waiting list, but then we need to go outside and look at the sites that still have open spots So we make sure that our D11 students, as many of those bubble kids that we have an opportunity to attend another site.
So, and let me follow up then too, if I can. So that occurs to me if I have children at home, but they go live or stay with their grandparents during the day in the summer because childcare.
Sure.
Can they switch to a school then? It sounds like they can be at a different site that might be better servicing the family needs.
I haven't seen this in the past, but my recommendation, and Mr. Gall, help me with this, I would say yes. I mean, we want to accommodate that family.
Right.
If that's more conducive to their needs, we need to let them know where the bus routes are, we need to let them know what building, and we need to enroll them at that site.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Director Daniels.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
I was going to say good morning. It's not morning.
Right.
Good evening. Oh, my goodness.
It will be.
Yeah. So good to see you,
It's
Mr.
good to
Rand.
see you too.
I'm excited to have you here with us tonight. I was just curious about the students that you're choosing. They're going by what happened during the school year, or is it just based on their scores? Is that making sense?
Both.
Okay.
I think we're looking at, I know, we're looking at the data first, but these principals know their students. They're the ones that know. These teachers know their students. They know the gaps they're experiencing. They know these students that will best benefit from the program. And so intentionally targeting those students is what they are doing. I trust their professionalism. But a part of their site plan, I will also ask them to upload the data report that they are using in selecting those students. So it's very intentional.
That's great. And the reason I asked is because there are certain things they're working on through the year.
Correct.
And when we get to summer, will there be, okay, we're going to continue this learning from where you were? Or is it going to be a whole new concept? And they're having to, you know what I'm
Right.
saying, before
No.
we get to August.
Absolutely. So you only have 4 weeks in June.
Right.
It's not like you can take a whole year
Exactly.
and fill all of those gaps, which is why we use the high leverage standards.
Mm-hmm.
We use the data. We really target those skills that these students need. It's a fine balance because while we want to kind of recover the learning loss and prevent more learning loss, we also want to prepare them for the next grade level. That's a lot to do in 4 weeks. And so it has to be very targeted. It has to be bell-to-bell instruction when you're actually focusing on literacy and math. And as a former principal, I will tell you is that if you watch your transitions and you do bell-to-bell instruction, you will get as much instructional time as you can that can be lost to other interruptions. So that's a part of how I will help support principals. Absolutely.
Just to add on to that, it's such a good, I'm so glad you asked that question, because it is important. That does go with the research on how we're extending the learning across the course of the year. And with that, for this year, we have a couple of things. So like, we want to focus on how we're aligning instruction, how Mr. Rand talked specifically about the units of instruction that we're talking about. It really is thoughtfully chosen in terms of what they did the previous year, which will help support and set them up for next year. But really, as you saw in the documents and what Superintendent Gall talked about, we really need to get the time, the number of weeks longer in the following year. This year, what we're also doing, when we talked about the tutoring that we're putting in place, and this actually would go with attendance incentive too. We are, with kids that we're targeting for tutoring, we're going to start a new batch so that it can extend into the school year. So they'll start in summer, and then they'll go into the school year, and that's what you got to attend. You want that continued support. You got to attend in the summer, launching into the school year.
Yeah.
Really important. And that goes with some of the incentivizing questions as well, I would say, Director Ott.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Is it okay to ask another question? So I was just curious about the time. Are we starting 8 to 12? Or are we going a little past 12? And then the question becomes, like for high school, credit recovery. So we're identifying the students we know for sure graduation is coming, you've got to clean this up, get to moving kind of thing, but also the students who, they could use the additional time, and they may be, for example, Unit 2 for math, and they need to move through Unit 2 to get ready for August.
Correct.
But if they're not with the same person that was helping them and learning in that process, how do you connect all of those things? Because part of it is relationship, right?
Sure, absolutely.
So I was just curious about some people, some students are like, okay, well, so-and-so is not going to be there. And that's who was
Right.
helping me
Right.
with this
Right.
particular concept. How do I make sure that I stay connected to the concept versus the person?
Sure, absolutely. So I'll address your first question. So most instructional times for elementary will begin at 8. The bus drop-off in the morning is 7:45. So that will give them about 15 minutes to do breakfast, maybe a little bit of social emotional messaging in that morning with dismissal at 1:30. And so within those bus route times, that's when they can get in their instructional and their master schedule done. For middle schools, it's a little bit different, but doesn't vary by much. Really, your bus routes define exactly how you can fit in your instructional times. But pretty much the days are 8, 1:30 for elementary, 2-ish for middle school and high school. But that's pretty much the extent of the day. You are very right. If it's not the same teacher that these students were used to during the school year, it's going to behoove teachers to develop that relationship. That is so important and key to get the students to trust you, to be able to understand, I still care, I'm still here to help you. I may not be your current teacher, but I'm here to establish that. And it really is that relationship building. So it is a balance. From what I've heard from all principals in high school, they will not turn away any student. If it's not necessarily credit recovery, but it's just a unit that they need to catch up on, they will definitely make accommodations to help that student.
Thank you. Director Nelson, you had a question.
Yes, could you go back to slide 7?
Ooh. Director Nelson, is it the one on time?
It's Summer Bridge Timeline is the title.
Yeah, I can see this slide number now on the computer. Give me 1 second. We're almost there. This one, yes.
Okay, I'm waiting for it to show up for me to see it now. Okay, there it's coming up. Okay. Oh, it went away. Keep showing Melissa Olson's WebEx instead of, let me change my layout quick to grid. Maybe I can see it that way. So this slide looks different than what's on board docs. So it actually helps clarify my question, I think. Further down in the slides, it talked about 2.5 hours of ELA and then 2 hours of math. But on this slide previously, it said an hour of enrichment and an hour of SEL, and just doing the math, it doesn't add up, especially considering we're going to need to fit lunch in there. So I just wanted you to walk through what that schedule is going to look like in a day, just so I have a clear understanding, since I think the slides might have some different information for what you're showing tonight versus what's on board docs.
Right, absolutely, Director Nelson. And I really thank you for catching that mathematical, because I can't tell you how many times they did the mathematics in my head. Let me go back to that. Being new to the Summer Bridge coordination process, I thought that there was 30 minutes for enrichment and another block of 30 minutes for SEL. After speaking to some of the principals, SEL is embedded throughout the day. So let me walk you through the math. It's 2.5 for literacy, 2 for math, 30 minutes for enrichment, which gives you 5 hours of instructional time. Add in 30 minutes for lunch, and you have a 5.5 school day. So I really appreciate you, Director Nelson, for pointing that out, because that was something I could clarify, and it fits within the bus routes now. Obviously, when we start extending the summer program, the length of the day for next year, then we can start looking at incorporating more SEL, more literacy, more math. But thank you for calling that out.
Yeah, and just quickly, Director Nelson, we got your questions ahead of time from the superintendent as well, and that's why the slides are different. We looked at the slides, caught the mistake there, made the adjustment. We've also sent the PDF copy to Melissa so that she can update that on Board Docs.
Great, that was going to be my next request. Thank you. And thanks for clarifying what that schedule is going to look like. Yeah, I understand we need to have some fun in there, but if the purpose is for the kids to come and catch up, then let's make sure we're spending the time on what we need to focus on. And if it means that they're there for less time, that was the question in my email. If we're doing 3.5 hours of ELA and math, then could we end by 12 and then we don't have to worry about facilitating lunch and all of that, and letting kids have more of their summer afternoons? And would that be appealing to families? But it sounds like you've kind of worked through those details and you still feel this is the right way to go and having it be a 5.5 hour day rather than a 4 hour. So we'll just defer to your guys' insight on that, but thanks for the clarification.
You're very welcome.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from Director Loma or Director Jurgensen first?
Sure.
You may have said, I'm not here, enrollment. What if somebody that lives in that neighborhood, but they attend a charter school or another school and they want to come to that? I don't know if you've addressed that.
Too.
Right now, we aren't funded for those students. I would just say publicly, if there's anyone who's interested in our summer bridge, they can certainly contact the current principal of that school, and we would have to come to the board to think if we would open a seat to a non-enrolled student as a no-cost option. It's an enrollment strategy,
Right, that's my
but
point.
we would have to measure that demand first. It's not been a targeted communication strategy for enrollment right now. We have seen great difficulty in sustaining enrollment over the course of Summer Bridge and or even getting the students that we know that would benefit to commit to it. So we're hopeful that through the focus, the direct on-site leadership and the specific communications plan already rolled out, that we will first serve our students best. But anybody who ever listens to our stuff that's interested, by all means, give us a call, and we'd love to bring that to the board as an option.
And that could benefit, and more when that student begin, talk, hey, they're providing this. And
Yeah.
it could have some welcome unintended consequences.
Yeah, and Director Loma, really right now, our overall focus on enrollment is to cast a wide net for the students within D11 that really need the support and could benefit from it. And then to Director Ott's questions and probes earlier, like having one of the things that we talked a little bit about is having, while principals know their students and their populations and their data best, so definitely having them invite, but then also doing a district-wide sweep of our data in the areas of our most recent data in mathematics and literacy to target as well. So our biggest hope, like Mr. Rand said, is that we have this so many kids that want to attend that we have to come up with ways to staff and where to put them, and that's what we're focused on with enrollment.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further questions from board directors. Just quickly, a couple of questions to you. You can make it short answers.
Sure.
Are we having trouble, or do you anticipate any trouble hiring staff for this? Or the past 2 years' data indicate that we have teachers who are willing to, teachers and building leaders who are willing to step up and take on this additional responsibility over the summer.
Right now, the data for teacher applications is we have 100 interested people. And in there, that also includes teachers that have already been selected. And so the application will remain open until all positions are filled. And so where I don't have the data, what it looked like last year, I definitely know that we had all slots filled last year.
Yeah.
I know West and Midland probably had a couple of openings that they didn't get filled because they only had K through 2, but I will monitor that closely to make sure that we remedy. Maybe we'll have to collapse classes and combine, but let's hope we don't have that problem. Let's hope we have an abundance of students that we have to.
And all the principals that have, you identified the sites, those principals have given the thumbs up for having to participate in the summer bridge
Yes.
program.
Yes,
Great. So thank you for that. I think
You're
teachers
welcome.
get paid per diem.
they do,
Yeah,
correct.
It's the principals that you were talking about that get paid stipend, and
Correct.
Superintendent Gall said that he would share that information. Enrollment goes. Do you have a target in mind that you can, when you come back in August or September to the school board and provide a summary as to how Summer Bridge was that successful? Do you say, okay, this is the enrollment that we have targeted in mind, and if we reach this benchmark, we would call this a success?
So I know we had a population of 5,000 last year, so I want to raise that to hopefully 7,000 or as many students as we can get. The data that I'm going to provide for you at the end is, of course, our mathematics and literacy data to see those students who have been enrolled for at least 2 years, if we're seeing some progress and seeing those holes being basically patched. I'm also going to provide data on walkthroughs. I want to give you feedback on the effectiveness of the program, and that means I'm going to be there observing it a lot.
And I appreciate that you are going to be personally out there walking and assessing the success of this program. We also want to make sure that our community is participating in this program. Students that you are sending the invites to are accepting these invites, as opposed to they already have summer plans and they're not going to be participating. That's where I think you talk about 5,000 was the population last year. But if I remember right, 5,000 was not the number that actually ended up attending. It was closer to 2,000.
Gotcha.
And that was the gap out there. The 3,000 of these students signed up, but did not show up for Summer Bridge. So we want to make sure that they not only sign up, but they show up.
Sure.
Yeah, and there was also a glitch in how the data was collected that we are making sure doesn't happen again. We could also probably give you even a better, a more defined target after we get the sweep, that second sweep of data that we're talking about. So we can follow up with that as well. Also, Superintendent Gall and myself have committed to doing some learning walks as well to observe and support the accountability in the schools.
The data glitch last year was if a student signed up for 2 credit recovery opportunities in the high school, they got counted twice. And so although there is still always a disconnect between who expresses interest and who actually shows, it is not as gross as the spreadsheet appeared when we did the Summer Bridge review. I believe that was in September in a work session. So it was not quite as large of a delta.
Okay, thank
So
you.
then my goal would be to hit 5,000.
We look forward to that conversation in August when you come
Absolutely.
back, August or September, whenever it is that you come and provide a summary of the thing. Everything that you talked about it, personally, it's appealing to me. This is going to help most students who have those pandemic learning gaps. You are going to be able to reach out to those students and close those achievement gaps, the rigor that you have, the pre and post assessment to just figure out where they are and if this is a valuable add to them. I love the Jumpstart program, which is going to give those students a week ahead to come and get adjusted to a new school environment. Even for the kindergarten students, the 2 days of additional days. Communication and marketing is really key in this, and I'm sure that you need to bombard the social media, whatever it is that we can to, and also to the parents directly. Just let's get this, and I wish you the best. Okay, do you have anything more to add?
Not on Summer Bridge. I appreciate the hard work, Brenda. You've really stepped into in a strong way, and your principalship is showing. So we appreciate having your experience lead this.
Thank you very much.
And thanks to Tamara as well. Great, thank you. Closing out the superintendent's report, I don't have a slide for it, but as weather would have it, We were planning on our first 11D11 Has Heart 5K run and walk on Friday. We have changed that to Thursday, which is tomorrow at 4:30 at North Monument Valley Park. There is never a good alternate date, so I know a lot of people won't be able to make it. Even if you did not make a donation to the American Heart Association and you want to enjoy the one more day of beautiful weather, which we will have tomorrow, please come join us. We have food, we have entertainment. It's a great way to celebrate community and for us to get out and exercise and take care of ourselves. So tomorrow, 4:30, North Monument Valley Park, 5K run and walk. Love to see you there. Thank
Okay.
you.
You looked at the board while saying loud to see you there, so.
Well, I know you all have the town hall at 6:30, so I will be run complete, shower shaved, and ready at Mitchell at 6:30.
Okay. So,
Oh, I'm sorry. Either way, our event's at 4:30. It only takes me just a minute to run 5K, so I will be wherever I'm supposed to be for the town hall on time.
if I try to run the 6:30 at 4:30, I may not be there at the town hall meeting at 6 o'clock, so.
Maybe we'll just make it a straight line shot to Mitchell. We'll get you halfway there.
Thank you for the report, and thank you. I especially appreciated that video that you shared about the CMAS testing from the Freedom School principal. The full video is about 3 minutes in length, and I think it was shared on social media. So take a look at that. And you talked about flash mob. Teachers were doing cartwheels out there. So I mean, if she can convince teachers to do cartwheels, that's great.
She can do anything.
Yeah, she can do anything.
They can do it.
Yeah. Moving on, public comments, going over the board protocol. As I remind at the outset, board meetings are primarily business meetings for the orderly and efficient conduct of the business of the district. And as highlighted in our board priorities, we are certainly interested in building trust and transparency by listening to community feedback, as it helps us do our work better. The clear expectation is that this feedback is provided in a civil, professional, and courteous manner without resorting to personal attacks and disparaging remarks. So please be respectful of everyone in the room today, board members, staff, and audience, and maintain the expected professional decorum in the boardroom. It is preferred that you do not single out any person in your comments, but if you choose to do so, the expectations are that you will address them respectfully. Each of you have 3 minutes for your comments. A clock will be displayed on the screen to help you through that. Please monitor the clock so you can finish your comments within 3 minutes. And if you want to show support or solidarity to a speaker, please stand as the speaker is talking or use a silent applause. With that, Melissa. Okay, we have allotted 1 hour for public comments, but I don't think we have that many comments up here. I have only 5 up here, so we should be done in 15 minutes. So lastly, the statements made by the public do not reflect the views of the board or the district. With that, the first comment, Joseph Boyle.
Good evening. I'm Joseph Boyle. I'm speaking on my own behalf. With regard to statements attributed to a District 11 spokesperson in the April 10th edition of the Gazette-Telegraph, it seems that public clarification needs to be provided in respect to the policy and regulation process in District 11. I'm sure that the district spokesperson fully understands board policy process. However, the article as written, even in the headline itself, seems to leave the impression that the school board, elected by the voters of District 11, can do little more than make suggestions to the administration regarding regulations within the district. It's very important that this erroneous impression be publicly dispelled and the actual process be clarified for all stakeholders in District 11. After all, what would be the point of any citizen bothering to cast a vote in a school board election if the role of the board was really that limited or meaningless? As I read the board's policy process, and as I'm sure the spokesperson intended to convey, the school board controls policy and the superintendent is charged on behalf of the board with the responsibility of carrying out through administrative regulations the policies established by the board. Further, as per long existing district policy, the board retains the right to review regulations and the superintendent's directives issued by the administration to ensure that they are consistent with the policies and regulations adopted by the board. If the board has any concerns regarding the consistency of administrative regulations with board policy, the board will address those concerns with its only employee, the superintendent. So, far from being merely a group of bystanders on the dais, as might be inferred from the Gazette article, the school board has control of district policy as well, whether directly or indirectly, the regulations associated with implementation of any given policy. It's important for the electorate to understand all of this, and I urge the district to publicly and prominently, preferably in the Gazette itself, clarify the true role of the board for all who may have taken a wrong impression from the article. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Steve Schreiner.
President Melpacum, Superintendent Gall, boards of directors, thank you so much for this opportunity. In the last 10 months of semi-retirement, I've sat idly by as the board and the D11 administration has formulated policies regarding equity, CRT, and controversial discussions, mental health survey access, and LGBTQ plus issues. So many times I wanted to stand in this spot and make my views known as a patron and parent in District 11. But the movement to implement a district-wide high school 4-day block schedule has not only held my attention for some time, but compelled me to move on this idea. As one who has taught junior high and high school English for 43 years, there are some myths about change that I would like to dispel. To begin, I sincerely congratulate Coronado High School for its due diligence and successful implementation of a 4-day block schedule. They saw its fit within their community and their demographic. They did the homework, they devised a plan, adjusted it as needed, and have seen it through this post-pandemic time. Now, I would ask, can Doherty and Palmer High Schools be afforded that same flexibility? Each school surveyed its stakeholders, found systems that addressed students' needs, and have monitored the effectiveness and deficiencies of their models. They know their kids, but they need time to discern best practices and refine the ineffective. A year or two is not enough. Teenagers are not monolithic. What works well in a succession of years at a school can run aground with graduation and population transients. And a host of social disruptions can affect what goes on. 4-day blocks or 2-day modified blocks or straight 7s all have their value within a healthy system. And offering a range of instructional frameworks honors the truth. Education is never one size fits all. But a larger, more personal concern is involved here. Nurturing a healthy school life balance. My son, a freshman who has addressed this board before, combines a bright mind with a gentle heart and an ADHD fidget, I knew I was going to have a problem with this word, fidgetedness that tugs at me. I know it's not a word. He balances athletic, academic, club, community, and social obligations in a dizzying manner. But the overload of coursework in intense, concentrated fashion will tax the joy that he feels in classroom interaction. While an underlining precept of a 4-day block schedule is that more is better, I would disagree. Sometimes more is just more. The American author Ellen Glasgow put it plainly, all change is not growth, as all movement is not forward.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rhonda Heschel.
Good Good evening. Hello, I'm not good with technology. My name's Rhonda Heschel. I'm a Coronado parent, and I'd like to offer a prayer for the month of Ramadan. Grant me in it mercy for the orphans, to be able to give away food, to disseminate the peace, to accompany good ones through your own favors, O haven of the hopeful. Ramadan is the 9th month of the Islamic calendar for anyone who isn't aware, and it's one of the most sacred times of the year for Muslims. During this month, Muslims observe a strict daily fast from dawn until sunset. They're not allowed to eat or drink, not even water, during these daylight hours. Fasting is a private act of worship, engendering nearness to God, but it is also a form of spiritual discipline and a means of empathizing with those less fortunate. The fast is broken at sundown with a meal called iftar, often shared among family and friends. Many will gather after nightfall in the mosque for special communal prayers. I mention this because a teacher friend mentioned to me how hard it is for an elementary school student to fast the entire day. And I think it's important to recognize that every student has a story, and in the midst of CMAS testing, some kids have a harder time, I think, than others. Speaking of CMAS, I was really happy to see the Freedom Elementary teachers and principal really keeping it real, because over the past 2 weeks, I've been seeing patients at my office who are stressed about CMAS. And this happens at this time every year when I ask them, what's the hardest thing about school right now? And they all say, CMAS. So this morning, I was on my way to work, and I was listening to a podcast with Bruce Perry. He's a psychiatrist and a senior fellow of the Child Trauma Academy in Houston, Texas. I look at a lot of things through a trauma lens because most of the kids I see have some sort of trauma. And during the interview, Dr. Perry was talking about testing and how our frontal cortex, the thinking part of our brain, can't work well when we're in a state of threat. If we feel threatened, whether by a bear in the woods or by a standardized test, our amygdala, the fear center of our brain, fires up, and the cortex cannot function as well. So the translation is, if kids are scared of the CMAS, they won't do as well. It occurred to me that we put a lot of pressure on our students about the CMAS, maybe not intentionally, but a lot of pressure nonetheless. The data supports the idea that children will do better if they are both well prepared and relaxed. So as a D11 parent, I would like for students to know that their teachers are doing a great job of teaching, and all they need to do during CMAS is get a lot of sleep, eat a good breakfast, and the rest will take care of itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Ubel, Ms. Nicole Ubel.
Oh, good. You brought this down for me. Jeez. Good evening. Just first of all, I want to say thank you to the board. Volunteer work is sometimes very hard, and what you guys do is amazing. And we appreciate the time that you spend working for the district. And Gall, thank you for stepping in with both feet and digging in and working on the district. We're thankful for that as well. So as he said, my name is Nicole Ubel. I am actually the chair for the Mill Levy Override Oversight Committee. Whew. Okay, what is that? So we are a committee that actually oversees the money that the district receives from our property taxes. So that can include the oversight of the spending, recommendations, review of independent reports that we get from other entities, and then just the general oversight of where the funds are going. And we are actually looking for more members as well. So if you want to come see one of our meetings, we are going to be at Wasson High School on April 18th from 6 to 8 p.m. We're going to do a little walk around and see what some of the mill levy money has been spent on, which I think is great because you get to see where this money is going. And if you want to come, we're going to meet in the cafeteria. If you want to become one of our committee members, you can reach out to Chris Odom over here or one of the board members, and you can find their information on the website. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the work you do. Mr. Josh Hostler.
Good evening, board. My name's Joshua Hostler. I sent an email on March 24th to the board, and about an issue with my fourth grader. My son goes to Columbia. He's, again, in fourth grade. I wanted to share a concern about the Columbia Elementary fourth grade ELA, English Language Arts class, that my son Grayson had that day on the 23rd. Grayson shared that he learned in school that his ELA class had learned about flags. When asked about what he learned about flags, he had mentioned the U.S. flag briefly and vividly remembered the teacher discussing the pride flag that was also in the textbook. Grayson mentioned that the teacher talked about the pride flag was created to show unity and freedom, and they rested on that subject for several minutes. I have a question for the board. Is that part of the official curriculum? I assume so if it was in the textbook. The school's role is to teach my child to read, write, grammar, math, history, and science. As Grayson's parents, it is our responsibility to teach Grayson about any sexuality, especially in elementary school. This is not the role of school, teacher, or administration, period. As a parent, I have major concerns about D11s influencing our children on personal topics and their personal views without the parents' knowledge. The district, administrators, and teachers' primary responsibility is the education of the fundamentals. We are aware of Columbia's bottom of Colorado State's rankings. They either rank and does not meet expectations or approaching expectations. That is also a major concern for Columbia parents. Our children deserve better, and as parents, we need to expect more from D11, and we allow them to teach our children. It is a trust and responsibility that we give D11 and the teachers. It is a great trust. Parents trust D11 and its teachers to teach. Not all topics are school's responsibility. How many parents are aware of the teaching of these sensitive subjects to their elementary children? Is this trust misplaced? D11 administrators and teachers need to recognize parents' role as a primary caregiver and providers for their children, not D11. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Mr. Jeff Cladis. Thank you.
I want to talk about what the schools should be teaching our children about slavery. And this is a very old topic. In the 1980s, the Nation of Islam was doing interviews talking about Jewish historians bragging and boasting about how much money they had made off the slave industry. In the 1991, the Nation of Islam put out a trilogy called The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews. And this one is the Jewish role in the enslavement of the African. Volume 2 is how Jews gained control of the Black American economy. And they discuss such things as part of the reason for anti-Semitism throughout the centuries is Jews using slavery in their businesses. The only resistance against slavery came from the white Christians. Excuse me, I'm not used to speaking. Our founding fathers were opposed to slavery, and that opposition is in the Constitution. The slaves they owned came through land purchases, and that system existed in Asia, up in Europe up through the 1600s, and Russia through the 1800s. Volume 2 talks about the tremendous wealth Jews had gained from the slave trade and the acceptance that they had in the community, and the rape rooms, and how the Jewish women were fine with them and everything. It's very controversial. Well, it's not. This is old to me, very old. In 2010, the Nation of Islam compiled a list of all the slave auctions ads they could find, and they were all Jews selling blacks. And so the name of the books is Jews Selling Blacks. Again, I'm sorry, I gotta breathe. And so how do we get these books in the school libraries? Because I am tired of, the history should be this. Jews ran the slave trade. 620,000 of my people died ending slavery. That's, and we've never gotten any thanks, never got any appreciation, and now we're getting scapegoated. The latest round in the 1619 project, excuse me, I need to breathe, seems to be coming from Jews. Attorney General Garland and his son, and they are Jews, and they're very, very aware of the research that the Nation of Islam has compiled using Jewish sources. And just today, the ADL, I was reading, was attacking a black athlete because that black athlete would not blame white Christians for slavery. So how do we get these books in here? And I don't want white Christian youth walking around with this guilt trip when they should be very proud of, opposing and ending slavery. Is there a means to get these books in our school libraries?
But we are not allowed to have a conversation out here, but you can provide that feedback to the superintendent. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you for your comments. And Superintendent Gall is aware of all the comments that were made and will address some of those comments. If you asked to be contacted, he would reach out and somebody from his administration would contact you. So with that, that is the end of public comments. Moving on to the special reports, and first we have legislative update. Ms. Odom, is Mr. Pepper ready to join us? I'm verifying. Okay. If not, I can move on to board member reports and circle back to.
Could Dr. X come up and show his little?
Yeah, we'll do the Dr. X thing first.
Sure. Let Dr. X come. This is part of legislative update, right?
Yeah, as Dr. X comes forward, I wanted to share with the board, this is an internal tool that Dr. X has developed as we track not just this year's issues that come through legislative opportunity in Denver, but this will be a tool that we use going forward. I know that sometimes the season of the lobbyist feels, as if it's a short-term relationship. We're codifying the way that we track this information and the potential impact to staff. And I just thought that in conjunction with the legislative update, there would be a chance to just celebrate some really strong work that we're seeing internally. Dr. X?
Thank you, Superintendent Gall, and he is logging on right now.
Okay. Good evening, Board. Superintendent Gall. On the screen, we have a dashboard. So in the past, when we were following and tracking legislative updates, we would use an Excel spreadsheet and we would filter it and screen through it. So this year, with the help of John McCarron and his team and introducing tools that we've been using, we created a dashboard with 4 different kind of tabs and some forms that are interactive, where we can keep track of bills that have been signed, we can keep track of the bills that are active. We can also write analysis of how they will impact our district, and we can send it electronically, keeping it all within just this dashboard that you see. So the current tab that is up is illustrating the 9 bills that have been signed by the governor, and our teams are actively going in and completing the form that you'll see in the red rectangle there, and chiefs get notified so they know the legislative impact from the team, and then obviously that will filter its way up through discussions at administration and with the board.
So do you mention how we get access to this? Are you sending us a link, or is there a way that we can get access to this?
Absolutely, I'll send it. It's tied and connected to the same link that you have access to. It's just that Dr. X took the initiative to overlay a Power IB template or platform over the link that you have. But yes, we can get that to you.
Okay, thank you. On this topic, do we have any comments or questions before we reach out to Mr. Pepper? Okay.
Awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
It is awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay. You're good, right? Yeah, thank you. So with that, let's, I think she's fine. If we can get Mr. Pepper on the line, and then we can go for an update from him.
Good evening, everybody. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, sir, for joining us in the midst of a busy legislative session. And I know that you probably want to go directly to the School Finance Act and all the good stuff that's happening, or concerning stuff that's happening in that regard.
So that is where we're going to start tonight. So this morning we met with the speaker as well as some of the proponents of the potential School Finance Act. And what they're proposing is a 3% cost of living reduction, as well as an additional $60 million buy down of the budget stabilization factor, and then using $35 million from the revenue reallocated from reducing the cost of living factor into a new rural and small size factor. What concerns us about that for the D11 is while in the next fiscal year 23-24, it remains a significant investment in K-12 education. In the out years, once the budget stabilization factor has potentially been paid off, that 3% cost of living reduction could meaningfully impact the district in future years. So what we did this week with Superintendent Gall, and we also included Parth as well, signed a letter and wrote that letter to our delegation saying, you know what, we fully support the idea that districts need to be funded adequately and equitably across the state. We understand there's districts, particularly small rural districts and districts with, you know, small size that face difficulties because they don't have the economies of scale districts like ours have. But we do not find it to be an acceptable solution to take from existing money that districts are relying on and redistribute that to every other district. And so as a result of our work starting last week on Thursday and getting our letter ready, I think 13 other districts so far have joined onto our letter, including Denver Public Schools, Littleton, Brighton, Cherry Creek, Douglas County, Aurora Public Schools, the Pikes Peak Alliance, Boulder Valley School District, and Jefferson County School District so far, to send a unified letter saying that we appreciate the effort, but until the budget stabilization factor is paid off fully, we will not support any reduction or redistribution of the cost of living factor. Additionally, what we're looking at is that letter will go in together as a unified response, and that way we are able to present an alternative proposal for the School Finance Act for this year. And then as we ramp up into future years, we will be able to work more collaboratively to address these issues. And so I think I'll stop there, and I just want to let you know they're planning on introducing the bill on Friday. As of right now at 7:37, they are still planning on including the COLA, the cost of living changes. I don't know that that will be the final version. So we're going to continue to let our members know that we remain concerned and we still do not find their current proposal adequate or sufficient. And so I will turn it over for questions related to the School Finance Act.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that update, and thank you about talking about the letter that Superintendent Gall, and I signed it on behalf of the entire board after sending the email to the entire board. So we stand in unison on this, and it is my understanding, and I know that our employee groups representatives are here too. It is my understanding if this 3% COLA reduction is enacted in the School Finance Act, that this would result in about a $6 million loss for District 11. So the projections that we have in place, we got to tighten our belt and cut $6 million from our preliminary budget development analysis that we have developed. So this is significant cause of concern for me personally, and I think I voiced the concern of the entire board here, and if board members want to talk up, they can speak too. This is going to impact our ability to provide our staff compensation, recurring compensation, and in a time when the effect of inflation is sky high and our staff are feeling the pinch at the grocery store, at the gas pumps, just about anything that they want to purchase is much higher. How do we justify our staff to go and justify to our staff that because the state has decided to go in this direction, we cannot afford to provide you compensation? We already have a declining student enrollment problem where one of our higher school years, enrolled school years, is coming off the books. So we thoughtfully managed that in our PBDA and set aside money and compensation. So this coming in the last minute, it is going to ask us to go back and already the services that we are providing are to some extent minimized. Now we got to go and look at it in a more how we are going to cut further from that budget. It's concern to me, and I will look to my board directors and see if anybody had any other thoughts or question to Mr. Pepper.
So I have one.
Okay, go ahead, Director Bankus.
For the other board members who did not sign the letter, for patrons who are listening, for parents who are concerned about how our schools are going to be funded, what do you suggest to get our opinion heard at the state level? Is it to write to the committee? Is it to write to our local elected officials? What is your suggestion?
I think for the next 48 hours, we need to continue keeping on the pressure that in the manner we have with using the letter that we did and working with our delegation to voice our concerns. If that bill is introduced on Friday, I do think it's important to share out to the community the potential impacts of this legislation. I will say I do think we are in a pretty strong position right now, and over the last week we've made significant inroads. And so what I would say is over the next 48 hours, we're going to continue to put that pressure on our delegation with the ultimate goal of that not ever being introduced.
Oh, I see. All right. Can it then be killed in committee?
It could, if they do introduce it, it absolutely can be amended and changed in committee. And that will be our next step. But right now we're going to continue to make sure that, or continue to work towards that never being introduced and truly what they are proposing this year is the single largest increase in K-12 funding in the history of the state of Colorado. And we want them to go ahead and take that win and give the districts the money they were planning on. And so we're going to continue to carry that message forward. And like Director Melpacum said, particularly during a high inflationary environment, when our teachers and our community feels every single dollar in and out of their paycheck, it's important that we give them the money they were expecting. And I think we've made a lot of progress, and we're going to keep working over the next 48 hours to try to get that cost of living reduction removed from the bill.
Thank you.
So if I heard you right, you do not, is there something that we can do other than what we've already done between now and Friday? Should we encourage our employee groups and staff to contact our legislators at this point in time, or wait 48 hours?
Let's wait for 48 hours and then we can ramp up into that.
Okay.
Would be my advice.
Okay. Director Daniels, I saw your button go up. You are okay?
Yeah, you pretty much answered. I needed to know how serious this is.
Okay. Go ahead.
It's gravely serious. However, I do want to comment and appreciate Dylan's recognition. The staff is always prepared. There is never any bad news, there just is news. We will create the most strategically aligned and balanced budget as possible, given whatever the state brings forward. But this is our chance to voice very publicly that during a time period of the highest inflation in over a decade, this is not the time to steal from Peter to pay for Paul. We are all in support of the needs of all districts across the state of Colorado. However, taking from one in order to cede the other is the exact way that equity gets played in a negative way. If the state feels so strongly, then they must find ways to balance that without taking from one to the other. The cost of living of 20% that we receive in Colorado Springs is barely adequate to get us in a non-inflationary year. And so if you take an 8% inflation with a 3% cut to cost of living, those are two things trending in the wrong direction. So we appreciate the opportunity to be signatories to the letter, and we inserted that exact language on the negative effect in this high inflationary year. We believe that the politicians understand that, and that the goal here is to highlight the needs for rural funding, and are hopeful that the combined and collective voices of many of the districts that would be negatively impacted will remind folks that stealing from one for the other is not the way to balance the books, not when it comes to public education.
Thank you. You still have thoughts, Director Daniels?
Well, I
Go
was
ahead.
just thinking of the email we received for the Star-Based program, and they're looking to cut that too.
That's at the federal level, that's not.
I know, but I'm just saying in regards to what we've been, Glenn has mentioned the cuts and the things that were gonna happen for like over 20 years. So I'm just saying that it does show up as if what he talked about, I mean, we're on the horizon of it. We've been needing the community, I would say, to understand the attack on public education, and that it is very real, and it's been real for decades. So we have to work together versus the division that's been happening. But I appreciate it, Mr. Pepper, I just wanted to get that layman's term for everyone to understand is critical.
Yeah, I'm glad that you do mention that attack on public education. It's happened over the past 15 years with the budget stabilization factor. And that's something that all of us have advocated that we should at some point in time do away without. And the legislators have been listening to it to some extent, but it's still an impediment that continues to shortchange the funding that public education gets. And now on top of that, they want to remove these 3% COLA. And I hope our staff members are listening to this. As a school board, we are trying to do as much as possible to provide the best compensation and benefits for all of you. But if the funding from the state level is being cut to the district level, our hands are tied by this. So at some point in time, like what Superintendent Gall said, this is gravely serious. I encourage all our board members too. You have contacts within your own legislative circles. You know legislators, you know senators. It's time that you use that political, the political will, or the relationships that you have, and you capitalize on that and call them, contact them, and say that this is not conducive to District 11. Our legislators that got recently elected from District 11, right in the middle of our district, let's contact them and make sure that they are all advocating for the best of our district. So, any further thoughts or comments on this at this time from the board? Otherwise, I'll return it back to Mr. Pepper. Mr. Pepper, back to you.
Okay. I just wanted to highlight on a couple bills that we've been tracking throughout this session. The first one is 10003, which is related to youth mental health assessments. That bill continues to sit in appropriations in the Senate. And so we will update you in the next week or two on whether or not that bill moves through the process. In the out year, fiscal year 24-25, it does have a $17 million fiscal note, which may make that just budgetarily not feasible for that bill to pass. The next bill we've talked extensively about is House Bill 1109, which is school policies related to student conduct. And we were concerned about the direct nexus language related to suspensions and expulsions in that bill. As a result of the work that we did, that bill was postponed indefinitely on April 6th. Instead, what they are going to do is introduce a bill related to trainings for expulsion hearing officers, and that the Department of Education will have the next 3 years to implement and get expulsion hearing officers trained. So that is a significant, in my opinion, win, and does make schools safer that that bill isn't going to move forward, and that we will just be looking at trainings over the next 3 years for expulsion hearing officers. The next one I wanted to touch on, and this is a part of when I talk about the historic funding that the state is contemplating, is Senate Bill 23099, which is related to special education funding. That bill has passed through the process, and that bill allocated an additional $41 million, which fully funds Tier B special education. The Given the time constraints, I'm going to jump down to Senate Bill 23065, which is the Career Development Success Program. This bill passed out of Senate Appropriations on Tuesday morning with a $5 million program. And I know the Career and Technical Education Program run by Dwayne and the district has used this money in the past, and now will be able to use this $5 million a year on an ongoing basis for the next 10 years. The next two bills I kind of wanted to touch on tonight. The first one is related to school safety, and this was run as an orbital bill to the long bill. And so what this bill did is it consolidated the existing school safety programs into a new Office of School Safety, and additionally consolidated the $6.7 million and 10.3 FTE into that office. It also added $1.1 million for a crisis response unit to assist schools responding to emergency situations. They did $303,000 to help provide threat assessments. They did a $16 million investment to the existing school security disbursement grant program, which provides grants to improve school safety, school security, as well as training. They extended the SAFER program, which is the School Access for Emergency Response, which works for interoperable radio communication. That program currently receives $5 million a year and was set to repeal at the end of 2024. They have extended that repeal date to July 1, 2029. And then finally, they did youth violence prevention grants. The bill provides $1 million in fiscal year 23-24 for a new youth violence prevention program. I think I'll cover one more bill and then we'll stop and take some questions. The last bill I wanted to touch on is House Bill 23-1259, which is related to open meetings and executive sessions. And currently there's been school districts, as well as counties, have gotten sued for how they notice open meetings and executive sessions. This bill seeks to allow essentially a cure period where if a good faith effort is made or an error was made, districts or counties are not able to be sued and have to spend thousands of dollars either settling the case or thousands of dollars in legal fees. That bill passed this week on Monday out of the House committee. There are going to be two amendments on the floor, one clarifying legal fees for the trial lawyers, and then I think there is going to be some language added that essentially says if you are a repeat offender and you are consistently making the same mistake, 3, 4, or 5 times in a 12-month period, that you may not have the protections under this bill. CEA, as well as the Colorado Association of School Executives and CASB, have been leading this effort, and we're fully supportive of them, and will continue to work with them as this bill moves through the process. And so I will take questions on any of those or any other bills you guys would like to discuss tonight.
Are you talking about any other Senate bills too? I think you.
Let me go through on the Senate bills.
Just
so
quickly.
We had briefly discussed Senate Bill 181 related to dyslexia screening. I had forecasted for you guys that we may see a late bill on that. Just given where we are in the session with 25 days left, and there are over 349 bills still remaining to be heard, I think it's getting more unlikely that we will see a bill related to dyslexia screening. The Equal Pay for Equal Work bill, Senate Bill 105, will be heard. It's being heard right now on the Senate floor. So I will have a more clear update for you tomorrow. I believe that they are going to do some language asked for by schools that if the position is for less than 6 months, schools as well as higher ed would not have to comply for those short-term positions. Additionally, Senate Bill 70 related to mandatory SRO training has moved through the process and has passed both houses. And that will have to go back to the Senate for concurrence with the changes that the House made. And then lastly, Senate Bill 29 related to disproportionate discipline in schools is a study, and that bill is heading to the House for their consideration.
Okay, thank you for that update. Director Jurgensen.
Mr. Pepper, what was the name of the bill that you mentioned was the orbital bill to the long bill around the school safety stuff?
That was Senate Bill 23-241.
And what was the amount of money, the original amount of money for the formation of that new office?
The original formation was it was 6.3 million, I believe.
Okay.
6.7 million.
Okay, great, thank you.
And so all in with that, I mean, they did about $30 million in new funding for school safety.
Any of that earmarked for actual SROs in our schools?
It will be in a lot, so in the school security disbursement grant program, schools would be able to pay for SROs out of that.
Out of that was the 16 million you mentioned, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But they'd have to apply for those grants?
That's right. So they would have to apply for those grants. I mean, additional target hardening is also an allowable use, as is, mental health training and things like the co-responder model for K-12. So those are all allowable uses under that $16 million grant program.
Okay, thank you.
Are you done? Any other questions or comments from board directors to Mr. Pepper? So thank you for that update. Appreciate the feedback. I know that things go really fast and furious at this point in time. I am particularly concerned, I've expressed this right at the very top, I am particularly concerned about the School Finance Act and the impact it's going to have on District 11 especially. So if you have an update on Friday, you said that Friday is when they're going to introduce the bill. So get back to us, get back to Ms. Chief Odom or Superintendent Gall or the school board. Let us know, keep us in the loop to let us know how we can help, how we can collaborate with other school districts. It seems like it's affecting all the school districts in the Front Range, all the urban school districts right along it. I would assume Academy D20 and all those school districts are also going to be impacted. So if we can collectively come together, there is strength in a united voice. If we can articulate this together and convince our esteemed legislators to not negatively impact our budget in this manner, we will try to do whatever we can in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just say, Miss Odom's been great. We're talking about 10 times a day right now. So we will continue to work through her, and I'll let you know as soon as I have an update.
Okay. Probably that's going to go up to 20 times a day in the next couple of days. So thank you, sir.
It very well could.
Yeah.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Moving on to board member reports. Board members, any one of you want to start off? Director Art.
Thank you. So I'll just mention my usual, that there are some great programs coming up at schools, again, orchestra time, and plays, including Coronado, I believe, has a play this Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So we had some community concerns expressed about a teacher, and I'd like to acknowledge the concerns sent to us as a board and to me personally. It's up to our superintendent and human resources department to manage personnel concerns, and they have done so as they must according to our board policy and legal requirements. But for anyone who might be unclear on where I stand, since the board has not made a statement at this time, I condemn white supremacy. And I want to reaffirm that on this board and in my life, I have a commitment to diversity and equity, and for every child, everyone, to feel safe, seen, and respected in our schools. And I want our schools to be welcoming and even joyful places for our kids to learn. I know we have many caring teachers out there and staff, and that is what D11 is really about. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said, Director Ott, and I'm sure all the board members agree. It's about all students and all staff. Director Daniels.
Thank you. I wanted to also make sure that I participate in communicating to the greater community. I am not in acceptance or agreement spiritually, emotionally, mentally, above the earth, under the earth, with white supremacy as well. I know that our students, every child deserves a great public education, as much as we can possibly provide it with it being under threat for over a decade. Every student needs to be valued for who they are and championed for the strengths and gifts that they have. Every student and member of the D11 community is part of a system that, in order to ensure the opportunity that public education offers, must be characterized by understanding, tolerance, and diversity. This means we do not judge from afar the intrinsic value of any human being in our system. And as an elected board member, I believe we need to adopt a clear statement that we value the potential of every student, that we value, appreciate, and support every student no matter how they identify or behave, that we expect our staff to embody and reflect the values of diversity and inclusion because they are critical to our future, and that we believe that the law of Colorado supports this expectation. Now, again, this is an example of what happens when we empower intolerance, claiming the superiority or legitimacy of one group automatically marginalizes and dismisses others. I do not. I trust our staff to handle this conversation. And I just want to make it very clear. I know the history. The history is written, and I am in no shape, form, or fashion going to deny my experience or my life in this country for the sake of making others believe that it did not exist. It did exist. I've lived enough to know. I'm not in acceptance with anyone, thing, place that wants to say I don't matter.
Thank you. Any other comments or feedback from the board? Director Loma.
I had none until now. Since it's going to be, it's interesting. First of all, I take offense to white supremacy, because that implies that white people are superior to me. I'm a Native American Hispanic. I believe in equality, merit, and color blindness. Throughout my life, I've been helped and hurt by my race. Being a Native Hispanic, I've been helped because of that, but I've also been hurt because of that. But I learned something over the years. Every time I've been helped because of my race, it has made me weaker. Every time I've been hurt, it's made me stronger. So I'm not sure what I like more. But I apologize to every white person who gets attacked all the time, because you did nothing wrong. Don't listen to the press. Many of my best friends are white, and they're not superior. I whoop them in basketball and golf, so they ain't superior. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? And I'm just checking to make sure. I don't see Director Nelson or Director. So I'll finish with my thoughts up here, and I'm going to stay away from, collectively as a board, we agreed that we are against white supremacy, I think. So we are all thumbs up on that. So thanks for bringing that up, Director Art, and we've collectively established that. So I'm going to talk about some of the things, events, and activities that I got an opportunity to participate in, and I'll start with the SAC training that happened last week. The DAC hosted the SAC training session. This was the last one for this academic year. I've been on the DAC and involved in the DAC for the last 5-6 years, but this meeting was well thought out, organized, and attended. There was great participation. There was great energy in the room. Superintendent Gall started off at the top of the meeting. He shared some of the changes that have been implemented this year, especially with the area superintendent model. He set the tone and tenor for the rest of the meeting. I think there were roughly about 70 or so people that were in that room participating. In all the time that I've been on the DAC, or I've been part of the DAC, involved in the DAC, I didn't see this level of participation. All the area superintendents were present, and I see all of you out there, so thank you for being there. And then each of the areas broke out into groups, and each of the area superintendents presented the district vision for each sector of the school district, the changes that were being implemented, about the programs, answered questions. I got to move around each group. You see Lyman standing out there. I was talking the groups similar to Lyman, moving around from each group, just listening in on the conversation, listening into some of the questions that were being asked. And there was great engagement out there. Several direct, challenging questions were asked, and our area superintendents did not shy away from that. They provided transparent answers, sharing future plans, communicating effectively. It was very well received. And the board also got several emails. I personally got several emails following that, letting me know that the DAC did a great job that evening. So I want to thank the DAC, thank Mr. Lyman Kaiser especially, and Velvet, and also all the area superintendents for being there that evening and engaging with our community. And hopefully this energy will carry on to the next year as well. I was there at the Russell Middle School theater performance. This, I think, happened a couple of weeks back, right before spring break. It happened at the Wasson Academic Campus. Our middle school students did a fantastic job out there. There was a musical. They just brought the house down with their songs, and it was clearly evident that these students have been rehearsing. This is student engagement. You want students to come to schools, and some of our students get engaged into school through our extracurricular activities. So it was a great way. I want to thank the teacher that put this all together, Sarah Chandler. And it was at the Wasson Academic Campus. Our community also came out there, and teachers and staff members and parents were out there. And this also goes back to, I want to give a reminder to the community that the board approved a middle school theater budget, so you will see more of these programs coming forth from our students, along with professional props and all the bells and whistles that come with it. So, and I also want to thank Justin Crosby and Steve Jessup from Media Productions, because they were running the lights and sounds for this program. And then finally, a couple of more slides. We were at the Chipeta High School, Chipeta Elementary School for the Governor's Bright Spot Award. And this was the award that that school and Roosevelt Charter received for showing exceptional math growth over the last 2 years in the midst of the pandemic. They continued to reach out to the students and make sure that our students were achieving their math goals. So it was a good opportunity. Superintendent Gall was there to talk to the students and the staff, so it was good to see our student excited. They were all excited to participate in math challenges and programs in math. And I hope that more of our schools qualify for the Governor's Bright Spot Award going forth. Another thing that I want to share was the Friends of the Children. This was a partnership that the board approved a memorandum of agreement in January. Friends of Children is a non-profit organization that uses some of the space in Swigert Middle School. They provide supports and services for children facing the highest risk. These are children who come from intergenerational poverty, neglect and abuse, hunger, homelessness, and these are students that sometimes fall through the cracks and get ignored. And the Friends of the Children is a group that partners each of these students at a very young age, as early as 4 to 6 years old, and with a mentor who stays with that student through their K-12 academic journey. And the statistics on this is incredible, that students that get partnered with this mentor end up 85% of these students graduate out of high schools. 90% of these students, after they graduate out of high school, go to post-secondary participation, and they stay out of trouble. So it was good to see them have a home base now. They have a space in Swigert Middle School, and it's now operational. So thanks, Superintendent Gall, for bringing that. And I talked to the executive director, Judy Cara, out there. She mentioned that they have a lot of boys in that program now, but they are looking for some girls in the 4 to 6 year age range to partner with the lady mentors that they have in there. So contact Judy Cara. I'm talking about our district counselors and stuff like that. If you think any of our current D11 students qualify and would benefit from this program, contact Ms. Cara at Swigert Middle School. And then a couple of other things I want to point out. Our priorities, the board priorities, include multiple means of communication with our community, and we have stayed true to that objective, whether it's visiting schools, town hall meetings that's taking place tomorrow, and the direct communication with our constituents. And speaking to that last piece, the board has regularly been sending out newsletters for the past 16 months. All the letters are archived in the board website. The latest board letter went out yesterday to the D11 community, and the recent letter captures the essential board work from the past 3 months. Sometimes through all the noise and the distraction in the boardroom, the weekly work that the board and the district are engaged in does not get the due attention that it deserves. There are several action items that directly impact our schools, staff, and students. And I'm talking about healthcare, budget discussion, academic master plan, pathway school. All these items are discussed and highlighted in that newsletter. I encourage all of you to read that letter. It has several links in it with additional info. It is a way for the board to engage with the community in transparent, open communication. And lastly, I will end with this. This has been talked about already. There is a town hall meeting tomorrow between 6 and 7 at Mitchell High School. Hope to see all of you out there tomorrow. With that, I am done with my board member.
I'd like to just make one comment, because I appreciate the conversation on alleged potential egregious behavior of staff, and I did hear that there was trust from the board on the actions of the district, but I also heard some other questions earlier. The district will always act with great swiftness to ensure that they protect students first. We did act with great swiftness in the cases that were discussed, and many people took a very strong stand on those positions. We did that by using the policy and regulations that exist already within the district. So again, as there are challenges and concerns to potential dangerous behavior of adults, my team and staff are armed to constantly err on the side of student safety, and do that in a way that is also respectful of the individual rights of any employee. So I just want to make sure that everybody on record understands that this staff did act with great swiftness and great accuracy to be sure that students were protected in this conversation. And so I appreciate the board commenting on having trust and confidence in the staff, but I didn't want there to be any confusion on if the staff is or is not acting on the policies of the board. The board implements a policy. We have regulations of which we then take to ensure that we are enforcing and protecting students first. We will always err on the side of students in this district, and if there's ever a question of that, people can email me directly. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more thing I want to share with our board members too. The board letter that we sent out collectively as a board yesterday, I was talking to Paige Khan with Deborah's office, and as of today, that was opened in that email by over 16,000 people. So that email was, and the previous board letter was closer to 25,000. So we still have maybe more people will. So what I'm trying to say is this letter is reaching people. I don't know if they are reading it or not, but it's at least reaching people. So moving on to consent items. Director Loma, can you please make the motion to adopt the consent items?
The Board of Education adopt all consent items as designated in the items are E2 approval of March 22, 2023 regular meeting minutes. E3 approval of April 5, 2023 special meeting minutes. E4 approval of personnel recommendations for April 12, 2023. And E5 approval of policy FF, naming of district facilities, properties, and assets.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The consent items have been adopted. So moving on to the action item, the first one is a contract award. Director Daniels, can you please make the motion for action item F1?
Yes, thank you. I move that the Board of Education approve Resolution 2023-25, thus approving contract C 2023-0062 to James Irwin Charter Academy as a district authorized charter school. The contract performance will start July 1st, 2023, and has a 5-year term ending June 30th, 2028, subject to any earned contract extensions through the annual performance report process in accordance with policy LBD.
Second.
Moved and seconded, and I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Gall. Before I do that, just to provide some context for our community, the board in several meetings in December and January considered the James Irwin application, including listening to the input from the District Accountability Committee. After those reviews and discussion, the board approved the charter application by resolution 2023-17 and directed the district to negotiate a final charter school contract with the applicant, and that is the contract that is in front of the school board for approval now. I will turn it over to Superintendent Gall.
Chris Odom and Dr. Middlesberg.
Thank you, Superintendent Gall. Good evening, Board of Education. With us tonight from James Irwin Charter Academy is their board secretary, Mr. Steve Hester, and their chief executive officer, Mr. Rob Doherty. From the District Charter Program Office is my colleague, Dr. Scott Mendelsberg, who was instrumental in overseeing all submittals and ensuring evaluation reviews were completed. Not present, but also very instrumental in the evaluation process is our contract charter school liaison, Mr. Tom Weston. As in past briefings, I continue to highlight to the board the significant amount of time invested by the district administrative team to perform our due diligence in evaluating the application against established and statutory requirements. It is truly a large lift by staff as well as by the charter applicant. As reflected in the board agenda details, James Irwin submitted a complete charter application requesting to transfer authorizers from CSI to School District 11 beginning next school year. Their application was evaluated using consistent procedures in place for new applications. The DAC evaluated and provided a summary evaluation to support this charter school transfer application, and the board approved the James Irwin application as President Malpacum indicated on January 25th via resolution 2023-17. The contract template is the most current and updated template that was collaboratively developed by the Colorado Association of Charter School Authorizers. which represents several other Colorado school district authorizers and ultimately capturing various authorizer best practices into this contract template. The contract revisions have been negotiated and reviewed by both parties and their legal counsels. Tonight, I am bringing you Resolution 2023-25 to approve the charter contract for a 5-year term beginning July 1, 2023 to operate school year 2023-24 as a D11 authorized charter school located at 1801 Howard Avenue, serving approximately 308 students in grades K through 5. James Irwin is currently part of a network with other James Irwin schools that are in operation in El Paso County and support contiguous school districts. They have a sound plan of operations to support schools in a successful learning environment. One of the strongest confidence factors present during the evaluation process has been the fact that this charter school has demonstrated performance outcomes. They are also financially viable and have a well-developed governance plan in practice today. Because of these factors, there were no pre-opening conditions identified. I would like to identify a couple nuances to the contract from our standard language. The first is the statutory allowable practice of charging direct fees in addition to the optional buyback services and different from the statutory capped administrative fee. The district direct fees are annually reviewed and parties have agreed to these direct costs. The second difference from our authorized charters is how the district policy waivers were negotiated. James Irwin, as a charter network operates 5 schools across multiple authorizers. In order to maintain continuity across schools in their policies, they requested a blanket waiver. However, they fully intend to comply with all applicable laws and the philosophy and intent of district policies. The language in paragraph of the contract, section 17.3b, allows the district at any point, if it reasonably believes that there is non-compliance with the law or intent of policies, can request evidence of compliance to impose a specific district policy. Once the school opens, Dr. Mendelsberg will be able to monitor and measure the school's operations, safety, financial health, governance, and academic progress through the annual performance report, or otherwise known as the APR. James Irwin will also be required to submit their MLO spend plan, as do our other authorized charter schools, which must align with voter-approved categories. This includes capital improvements, technology, curriculum, safety enhancements, and staff pay. We have submitted to CDE the applicant's state waiver package for early review and acceptance prior to May 2023 deadline. If you approve tonight and the James Irwin Board approves on Tuesday, we will forward a signed contract to the School of Choice Unit at CDE for submission to the State Board of Education's June board meeting. At this time, this concludes my overview of the contract and the process, and we turn it back over to President Mel Packham for any board questions that Dr. Mendelsberg or I can answer.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that you guys put in. I know that there was quite a bit that you guys have been working on the contract for the past month and a half. So I appreciate all parties coming together to work out the contract. Questions or comments? Director Jurgensen.
Just a comment, I think, is already mentioned by Ms. Odom, that creating a contract that hasn't been done before to make it happen so that we can help our partnership is something that is unique, and I appreciate the work that you guys have put into making that comprehensive and legal and all the things it needs to be. So thank you very much.
Director Art.
Thank you. I can only imagine how much work has gone into this, even just knowing how much little time we put into it. So thank you.
Couple of notes about the contract. One, there is a Google link. It is not accessible, page 43, attachment 2. So just a heads up that if we're going to go with that kind of thing in a public document, I assume it was meant to be public, so that'll need correction. And I'm sorry I didn't get that back to you earlier. There was a page 70, a little chart for buybacks, and I realize that might not be something you have available right there either, but are there any buybacks?
That's a great question, Director Ott. So optional buybacks have a deadline for them the school or the applicant to let us know what they want to purchase at this time. They're still trying to figure out what optional purchase buybacks they would like to invest in. And then we populate that on July 1, we'll execute that.
Okay,
Does that answer your question?
Yes, I think so. It was
Okay.
very blank, and so I was just curious. There is a reference, well, maybe I'll just send you the other notes. There's a reference to the school planning to lease or own other property, and I was curious about that.
Could you give me a reference on that, please?
It's page 28, 14.1 is the section. Let me see if I can
I think
pull
that's
it
our
up.
canned language.
Okay.
And
All
at
right.
this time, there's been no other identified facility for lease.
Okay. Nothing else planned. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And let me see if there's anything else. No buybacks plan. Nope, I think that's it. I do appreciate the explanation about the policy waivers, because I know I was pretty vocal on that, and it's an interesting approach, but I can understand the rationale for that. So I'm sure you'll all be keeping an eye on it. So thank you.
You're welcome. And that was attachment to the Google link for the
Yes.
charter application.
Yes.
We'll make sure we get that activated.
Thank you.
Director Loma.
Well, I think we're on a dawn of a new day. After D11 has been completely anti-charter for the last 10 to 15 years, I think we've opened up a new road where we can work collaboratively with all kids, all children, because my goal in D11 is that every child, I don't care what school they go to, has the opportunity to be educated. If it's a Catholic school, private school, charter school, public school. I wasn't elected to work at D11, although this is our main, where we operate. I was elected by every individual in this district. And so I'm concerned for every child, not only D11 child, but charter childs, Catholic school children, private school children, every children, because those people they elected me. And so now we finally bridge and we've come to a point in our budget crisis where charters are now going to help us because of the budget item, which is too detailed, too deep to get into. But so we're able to have a win-win situation where the charters are helping us and we are helping them. And I think that's how it should have been from day one. But we're here now, and this is good, a new door, and it's just the beginning. And I hope that D11 provides what you need, and we can grow and prosper. I'm like Dr. Spock, live long and prosper. All right? Thanks.
Director Daniels.
Thank you. First of all, I want to make sure I clear this up, because there may be some misunderstanding about whether or not I support charters. I love charters. I don't have a problem with it. I think what I was looking for is exactly what we just got, which is working on our teachers and getting a new way of having them enter into our district. And I appreciate all of the DAC members for the previous 10+ years that helped us work on our charter applications and made sure that we were working in conjunction with each other. And that is why we approved, and we do have District 11 approved charters in our boundaries. So I'm grateful for those charters, as well as the team who have put it together and spent countless hours on it and worked diligently to make sure we stay transparent and that we answer all questions. And I welcome you. I've seen you throughout different spaces, so I'm excited to see what you've learned and what you're going to help us learn as well. And at this stage, it is about all hands on deck. We're under attack, so we have to get the job done. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Director Nelson, you had a comment.
Yes, I just wanted to say welcome and thank you to Mr. Doherty and your team for working with us. And we're very excited to have you join the D11 family. And the board had several meetings. I believe it was 3 meetings. We had a long meeting that went late back in December to go over all of the information. And kind of to Director Loma's point, the financial piece isn't necessarily the only reason to bring in charters. It does play a factor, but we had discussions about that just a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about the future of District 11 and our 2 to 3 year budget and then model. And then back in the fall, right now off the top of my head, I can't remember the date, but we had very extensive discussions on the financials and how bringing in charters will help us get out of our declining enrollment averaging faster, and that in turn will help the district financially in the near future. So again, like I said, that's not really the reason that we're doing this. It's just that we see the value that James Irwin brings to families in El Paso County, not just District 11 boundaries. And we are excited to partner with you. So thank you for all that you have done in the workload of just as we've gone through this process. So we're excited to have you, and please pass that on to your board and your parents and families and staff that we really look forward to partnering with you in the future.
Thank you. Director Bankus.
Yes, I want to add that we have thoroughly discussed the addition of the James Irwin School to the portfolio of District 11. And I want to add my welcome to the staff, to the families of the James Irwin Charter School, and welcome to a vibrant, exciting community. I'm looking forward, and as you've heard from each board member, we are all looking forward to a successful companionship as we travel along to make sure that we provide a compendium of educational opportunities for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that summarizes all the board members' comments, and all of us are enthusiastic about this partnership going forward. We wish you the very best. Do you have anything to say, or your board director from there? Okay. Before.
I just want to say thank you for all the hard work of Chief Odom and Dr. Millsberg, Superintendent Gall, and the board, everybody involved. It was a heavy lift over a short period of time, and we were a different type of beast to deal with, and I know that, considering what we look like as a charter network. And I'm looking forward to what we do together in the future, and how we improve the lives of kids in District 11 and across the entire state. So thank you very much.
But before we get to vote, I just want to add a small anecdote without getting too much detail. Of the tragedies of which our community has felt over the last several months, this relationship that we've been able to develop as CEO of a charter network and a superintendent have allowed us to make direct phone calls and rally resources in critical times to make sure that all students within our district are getting the support that they need. And so wherever the world takes us all in the future, having Mr. Doherty on my phone as a number that I could reach out to, I know has been greatly appreciated by the many families that are impacted by some of these scenarios. So thank you for that.
Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you again. As several board directors mentioned, come along. Yeah.
Thank you, District 11, for renewing the relationship. If you were here a number of years ago, We originally applied to District 11 to be one of your charter schools. Of course, we ended up in CSI, and we still, the relationship, I think, has come back to what it should have been. And I, for one, feel like we're coming home. So, and thank you for the welcomes.
Thank you. Appreciate it. As several other board directors had mentioned, we thoroughly reviewed this package. Not only us, the District Accountability Committee looking at it thoughtfully and providing feedback. And we looked at it at non-action. It came as a work session, and then it came as an action item. I know that several members from your community came and provided public comments out here, encouraging the board to include James Irwin under our portfolio of schools. And I had an opportunity to visit your school too, along with Director Nelson. So thank you. And I really look forward to this partnership developing. I hope the best for you, your staff, and your parents and your community. Now you are part of District 11 after this formal board vote. I shouldn't jump the gun. The board hasn't voted yet. But at the same time, you will become part of District 11, hopefully with the support of the board. And when that happens, you are going to be with us through the thick and thin. And that means that if we go for future opportunities to bond or MLO opportunities, you are part of the conversation. And I hope you would join with us in going and approaching our community and supporting such ventures.
Thank you. We absolutely will.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you. Roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
You have a unanimous vote from the board for your inclusion as part of the District 11 portfolio. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The next item on the agenda is board member electronic participation in school board meetings and work sessions. Director Ott, can you please make the motion for action item F3?
Yes, I move that the Board of Education approves continued electronic participation of Board Director and Secretary Dr. Sandra Bankus in school board meetings and work sessions as needed through the end of the 2022-2023 school year.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I just want to quickly provide some context to this. This goes to our board policy BEAA, which is, I think it's BEAA. Yeah, BEAA, which is attached to board docs out there. And that policy says that a board director can participate electronically a total of 5 times during the school year at board meetings or work sessions. Anything more than that needs a formal board approval. And Dr. Bankus had an unfortunate traffic accident, and she is recovering. She is doing well. She is returned back home, and we just want to provide her the grace to recover and get back to the school board when she is healthy and fully recovered. With that, any board directors have any other thoughts or comments on that? If not, I'll go to roll call. Roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
I recuse myself since this is about me.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. So, Director Bankus, the motion has been adopted. So, please take your time to recover fully, and we continue to. You can continue to participate virtually, and we look forward to the time when you will return back to the boardroom healthy.
Thank you. Thank you all.
The next item on the agenda, Director Jorgensen, can you please make the motion for action item F4?
Yes, excuse me. I move that the Board of Education approve the Academic Master Plan Pathway of International Baccalaureate Primary Years Program, IBPYP, starting the 2023-2024 school year at Steele Elementary School.
Second.
Moved and seconded. This item was discussed before spring break at a board meeting as a non-action item. The board listened to a presentation that was made, and we provided some feedback. There was some positive feedback at the time. Superintendent Gall, is there any additional information you need to provide to the board?
I think one of the quotes we stated earlier is if I could get 3 claps, a snap, and a woof woof. So this is a very exciting time for us in the Steele community. I appreciate Ryan being here, even with some exposure going on for him at the house. So very exciting time, particularly of the very thorough nature at which the school led this initiative and came forward to the staff in expressing their interest for this as an opportunity. First pathway complete.
Thank you. I assume that means that we don't have any additional information to add. If anybody wants to do 3 claps and 3 woof-woofs, you are welcome to.
I apologize, President Malpacum. I will not do that, but no information new at this time.
Okay. Any comments from board members before I call for roll call? None. I see none. The presentation that was made, we are all supportive of this, and that will be reflected hopefully in the vote that comes across. And this is the first completed K-12 pathway. I am looking forward to this being implemented. The biggest thing for me, there were 2 things I would mention. One, there was strong buy-in from the staff in your school. Any such program implementation without staff buy-in, it is not going to be successful in the long run. And that was very evident in the presentation that you made. In addition to the staff buy-in, the community buy-in was even stronger. All the meetings that you had and the community members that came and provided that feedback at the non-action meeting 3 weeks back. So I am enthusiastic about this program being added to District 11. I wish you the very best, and I hope to visit you sometime in August and September and see this program in implementation in the classroom. And I hope also the professional development that your staff need to meaningfully engage in this instruction is going to be provided along the way. Okay. Roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The pathway school, IB pathway school for Steele Elementary has been unanimously approved by the board. Congratulations to Ms. Jem, and I see the other parent out there too. Congratulations for you too, Principal Cap. Moving on to the next item, Director Loma, can you please make the motion for action item F5?
I move that the Board of Education approves the preliminary budget development assumption PBD-FA for the 2023-2024 fiscal year.
Second.
Moved and seconded. This was again an item that was discussed at the previous board meeting as a non-action item, and then last week we had an extensive discussion on it at the work session. I'll turn it over to you, Superintendent Gall, for additional information.
Yeah, I really appreciate the very long and thorough dialogue that we're having on the budget build this year. We know that we are a newer team, but we do have great depth in the folks that have done this work before. They might be new in the spaces that they stand for folks, but we have great confidence in the work that we're doing to really align our budget to these board priorities and our strategies. We also know that we will always be beholden to waiting to the state, and so I really appreciate Director Daniels in giving me the chance to express the gravity of which comes from very small adjustments at the state level and how they can be felt down at any individual level by district, by school, or particularly by classroom and paycheck. when we talk about that. We have scenarios built. We have infinite numbers of scenarios. What we need from the board right now is the go-ahead on the current PBDA for us to get the process going. There are tens of thousands of lines of which we will continue to iterate based upon the information that we get on the allocation from the state, as well as the inputs and the needs of our system over time. But we like the framework that we have and the basic strategies in place. We are, on our way through Meet and Confer and IBB. We are getting closer and closer every day. This is the formal step that then releases the hounds to go get the work done. And nobody is more hungry and chomping at that bit than Laura Hronik and her team. So Laura, anything to add to the PBA? No. Great.
Well, I think, thank you. Thank you for the work that has been done. I know that some recommendations were made by the board during the work session, and those have been captured in the new PBDA that has been hung out there.
Correct.
Okay. Any comments or questions from the board at this time? Director Jurgensen.
Just a brief comment. We discussed this numerous times in the past meetings, and PBDA is preliminary budget, so it will change. It will flex. We will adjust things here or there. So, as Superintendent Gall said, it just gets us enough to be able to get going on things. So, things will adjust, especially if things happen up in legislative session that are out of our control or happen without them understanding what we are wanting them to be discerning against. So that was just my comment there.
Thank you. Director Ott.
Thank you. Perhaps, Ms. Hronik, you would address some of the changes that were made, because yes, the board had some suggestions and such. And what might jump out at folks is like the $2 million in non-recurring and the increased transfer from MLO funds. Anything else you think might be worth noting that is significant enough with
The
changes?
only change we've made since the work session was moving the curriculum to a non-recurring, and we're funding that for 2 different years, so that way they don't have to come back immediately next year. I know that was intended to be a recurring ask, but just due to the way our resources were lining up, we thought 2 years would be a good step in the right direction.
Okay, thank you.
And I think there is also that preschool. That's why I pulled this up. I was asking Ms. Olson to pull it up. So to address Director Ott's question, the preschool fund, that's being funded $600,000 from the MLO transfer.
Right, so at this point in time, we don't know exactly how many preschool students we're gonna have and how much funding we're gonna get. We've placed all of the staffing we need to run the preschools into the preschool fund, Fund 19, and so we believe we're gonna have to subsidize that at this point in time. So I've added a non-recurring transfer of $600,000 from the general fund to the preschool fund as just kind of a placeholder. We will balance that budget however we need to run the preschools, but we estimate that's what it's gonna cost.
Okay, thank you. Director Nelson, you had a comment.
Yes, I just wanted to first thank Ms. Hronik and Ms. Odom for your hard work on putting this all together and taking the reins on this task, and appreciate you guys and just all your finance team. Please pass that on. Thank you to the DAC Budget Subcommittee. They spent quite a bit of time discussing just the various requests from the chiefs and then the PBDA itself once it was ready for their review, and really appreciate the input from that committee and having multiple sets of eyes on how we're spending our money and are we making wise choices. I do want to speak to the fact that this is a rather aggressive mismatch, and just kind of explain for the community that we are in a position right now with having a lot of non-recurring funding due to vacancies over the last several years that we can take an opportunity to invest in our students, our staff, curriculum, so many things, and hopefully see some changes, some positive changes, see things turning around for the better. And so that's what we're doing. We're kind of being aggressive here because we are able to with this non-recurring funding and knowing that it will cover us for the coming years. And If anyone has concerns about what they're seeing here, I would encourage you to go back and watch the work session from, was that last week? It's kind of a blur, where we discussed our 2 to 3 year budget model, and also just in the fall, we also went over kind of a future projection. So if just wanting to let the community know that we have done our due diligence, and will be continuing to make adjustments as necessary. So we look forward to seeing some positive changes in District 11 with this aggressive PBDA. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Nelson. I will add on to your comments. What we are making is strategic investments into turning around the district student achievement and thereby, in the long run, student enrollment. For 20 plus years, we have been a declining student enrollment district. And if you go back to the top of the screen up there, through the investments that we are making in the AMP Academic Master Plan, the Pathway School, Best First Instruction, focus on our professional development for our staff, taking care of our staff through compensation. We are projecting, actually, Superintendent Gall with his team are projecting that we are going to be increasing traditional enrollment in our school by up to 500 students next year. Okay, so to get our families and our students back into our schools, we do need to make strategic investment, make sure that our classroom sizes are acceptable for our parents. We can't have 30 students in an elementary school classroom and expect our families to come back in there. We got to have attractive programs, whether it is going to be arts magnet program or the IB program that we approved at Steele Elementary. So these strategic investments that we are making, we are hoping that this is going to be the thing that is going to turn the district around. And if we can turn the district around and we can bring more families and more students into the district, we can in turn use that extra per pupil funding that we get to compensate our staff effectively and to make sure that our programs are taken care of, our schools are being renovated and updated. So that's our hope out there. And going back to one point that was made during the legislative lobbyist when he was out here, if you look at that number one line, increased total program school finance formula, right now we are expecting close to $7 million to come from the state. For next year's budget count. The discussions that are happening at the state is that number could potentially fall to less than $1 million for School District 11. If that number falls to less than $1 million, then it affects the uses at the very bottom, all the compensation that we can provide for our staff. So that is the critical need that we have to advocate at this point in time, going back to what Superintendent Gall is saying, that robbing Peter to pay Paul, taking away from our school district at this high time of inflation and saying that rural school districts need it. I don't have any problems with rural school districts needing it, but it shouldn't come at the expense of our school district. So I hope all of our staff and our employee groups also see that and would make a strong stand against that. Seeing no further comments, I'm going to ask for a roll call.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The PBDA preliminary budget development assumptions as presented has been adopted by the board. Moving on to the resolution 2023-26. This is National Volunteer Week celebration. Director Ott, can you please read the resolution and make the motion for action item F6?
Yes, this is Resolution 2023-26, National Volunteer Week. Whereas the citizens of Colorado Springs invest in District 11 schools as volunteer partners. Whereas these volunteer partners are dedicated to taking action and have the power to make a difference because giving of oneself in service to another empowers both the giver and the recipient. Whereas the contribution of these volunteers is an important asset to District 11 schools, and volunteers contributed over $449 million of in-kind services during the 2021-2022 school year. Whereas National Volunteer Week focuses attention on celebrating people who strive to renew our national commitment and the culture of service that has shaped America. And whereas the Board of Education of School District 11 wishes to express its gratitude for the opportunities our students have to experience curriculum enriched by the contributions of these volunteer partners who assist us on our journey to empower the whole student to profoundly impact our world. Now, therefore, be it resolved that volunteers in Colorado Springs School District 11 be given the deepest respect, gratitude, and admiration from the citizens of this community, and that April 17 through the 21st, 2023, be recognized as National Volunteer Week. Whoop, I gotta make that motion. I move that the Board of Education approve Resolution 2023-26, recognizing the week of April 17 through 21, 2023 as National Volunteer Week.
Yeah, you were just a little bit fast to the microphone, Director Daniels. Moved and seconded.
Yes.
Ms. DeClava, do you have any comments or to the board? Please do. And as Ms. Luann DeClava is approaching the podium out here, I want to recognize Ms. Luann DeClava's years of service in District 11 too. I have a little note here that this is 35 years.
No.
And
No.
And Ms. Luann DeClava is retiring at the end of this year after 35 years of service in District 11. So we value all that you have brought to District 11, and I know that you are, whenever I walk around in the administration hallways, I only hear good things about you and all the impact that you've made over the years in District 11, the lives that you have touched and the students that you have impacted. So thank you for all your years of service. Go ahead, the
Thank
floor
you.
is yours.
National Volunteer Week is about inspiring, recognizing, and encouraging people to seek out imaginative ways to engage in their communities. It is about demonstrating to the nation that by working together, we have the fortitude to meet our challenges and accomplish our goals. Established in 1974, National Volunteer Week has grown in scope each year, drawing the support and endorsement of all subsequent U.S. presidents, governors, mayors, and other respected elected officials like yourselves. Tonight, you will affirm your support and recognition of District 11 volunteers by passing a resolution acknowledging the contribution they make to our schools and the education of our students. Franklin Delano Roosevelt once said, "We cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future." In District 11, we have over 13,500 members of our community joining together with staff and administrators to support our vision. We dare to empower the whole student to profoundly impact our world. During school year 2021-2022, volunteers provided 1,471 classroom enrichment program presentations, shadows, and interview presentations to 48,651 students. We recruited 2,412 new volunteers and developed 428 partnerships across the district with business, nonprofit, higher education, and military. Tonight, we honor the ordinary people who accomplish the extraordinary through volunteer service and who motivate others to follow their lead. Thank you for recognizing the efforts of District 11 volunteers, and thank you for your service as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate all those numbers that you shared with us. And there is nothing ordinary about these people that volunteer. They make an extraordinary difference in our classrooms. I know the Grand Friends program, where so many of our grandfriends and grandparents come into our schools, even though they may not have a child in our school at this time. They come and volunteer their time and effort. And you have spearheaded that department and that workforce for such a long time. Thanks for all your years of service again. Any other comments or feedback from the board before I call for Director Daniels?
Ms. Luann, I just wanted to acknowledge you personally. I'm grateful for National Volunteer Week, but 35 years here, I've always appreciated knowing that I can tell people, no, we have that. She's here. So if you are not involved, you cannot talk bad about us, because we have people that can place you wherever you say you need to be. And you've been on the post and on the wall for so long. I'm gonna miss all of your expertise and what you've provided for us. It's kind of scary to think that, oh my goodness, another one. Another one is leaving, because once the work is done, if no one's holding that space, you just, kind of wonder sometimes. But I just wanted to say thank you. And to all of the volunteers who have been in the back pocket of D11 for decades. And I can't thank you enough. It's part of the reason why I'm still in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. And as Director Daniels was talking, I was thinking, Ms. DeClava, next year you can become a volunteer and come back. Yes, Director Art.
Thank you. I appreciate what you shared. It really speaks to the extent of volunteering in District 11 and the importance. And it's so significant that every person who volunteers makes a difference. And each volunteer, like a drop of water, it makes that river of possibility and support for the district. So thanks for sharing that. And of course, we should acknowledge that there are opportunities still abounding for everyone to join in and offer support. So I'm sure you'd love to hear from them, yes? Yes, she says yes for the record, okay. So that's D11 Engage. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. For a year or so, when we were in the midst of the pandemic, access to our schools were limited. It's full access now. So we encourage all volunteers to come and participate and help our schools out in any way, shape, or that they can. Roll call, please.
Director Bankes?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Melpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The resolution for National Volunteer Week has been adopted, and we look forward to your volunteer service for next. Resolution 2023-27, Executive Professionals Week. Director Jorgensen, can you please read Resolution 2023-27 and make the motion for action item F7?
Yes. Resolution 2023-27, Executive Professionals Week, April 24th through the 28th, 2023. Whereas Colorado Springs School District 11 executive professionals are valuable and essential to Colorado Springs School District 11 and to Colorado's educational system by providing leadership and support to our schools and facilities and assisting students in reaching their full academic potential. Whereas executive professionals provide leadership and assistance to the entire district community to include schools, human resources, facilities, transportation, technology, student discipline, professional development, food services, business services, grants, equal opportunity programs, communications, assessment and enrollment, and all departments and functions in the district. Whereas executive professionals contribute to providing a safe learning and working environment, and whereas it is appropriate for Colorado Springs School District 11 to recognize the vital role executive professionals play in promoting student achievement and to salute these employees for the dedicated services that each one provides to the district's students and communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of Colorado Springs School District 11 Board of Education, on the 12th day of April 2023, do hereby proclaim the week of April 24th through April 28th, 2023 as Executive Professionals Week. Colorado Springs School District 11 encourages parents, students, teachers, and the entire district community to join us in recognizing and honoring these dedicated individuals. I move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 2023-27, recognizing April 24th through April 28th, 2023 as Executive Professionals Week in District 11.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Thoughts or feedback from the board before I call for roll call. Do you want to address the board? Yeah. Okay,
My name is Jim
please.
Nason, President of the Executive Professionals. I'd like to thank the board for recognizing our group, but also our regular group. It's a tough act to follow with Luann, but I'd also like to recognize the support that we get as a team from all the departments, all the groups, and again, thank you for your support for our group and all other groups.
Thank you. Now, comments or before I call for roll call. Director Jurgensen.
I'll be brief, but we all know that what an effective leader in a building and in a capacity in an organization our size does. And so we do thank you for all of our exec pros at the different levels, whether it's director, principal, or area superintendents, or chiefs, right? All of you are doing excellent work and have done a lot of changes recently with Superintendent Gall, that you have been worthy of the call to make the changes happen for the good of the district. So I appreciate all of your work, and while we're recognizing you in just 1 week, we know that your work is valuable throughout the whole school year, especially in the summers when other employee groups are maybe off and taking some time to recover. So thank you for all you guys do.
Thank you. Well said. Any other comments from board members? Seeing none, thank you. We appreciate, I echo Director Jurgensen's comments out there, and thank you for all the hard work that you are doing. I know, especially the last 6 months with some of the changes that are being put into place and the focus being on the board priorities behind me, that the lift has been a little bit heavier than usual, but I appreciate all of you collectively leaning in and putting our students first in everything that we are doing. When you guys are doing an incredible job in the schools and making sure you are the instructional leaders and the support staff that I'm talking about, the chiefs out there, and they are doing their jobs and everybody is doing their jobs, our students end up benefiting from that. Thank you for all that you do. Roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. So the board executive professional weeks for April 24th to 28th is being adopted by the board, and I encourage our school community, that includes I encourage our school community, including parents and staff, to recognize our principals and our other executive professionals. Non-action items, moving on to policy KDE, crisis management. This is new information, Superintendent Gall.
Dr. X.
Thank you, Superintendent Gall. Members of the board, policy KDE, crisis management, is being revised to add language related to current crisis management practice. Revisions include additional preparedness language in the subtitle, a more expansive listing of potential crisis situations facing schools, and general alignment to policy conventions and style guide. Management Directive MDA3 language has also been added to the policy to mandate crisis management and school safety committee training requirements.
Is that it? Okay.
That's all. That's it.
Thank you. Board members, questions or comments on policy KDE, which is coming as non-action at this time? I don't see any, and I don't see any from the board directors online. You don't see any out there? Okay, I don't see any questions. Is this thumbs up to move to consent? Okay, consent.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting 3 hours or 4 hours out there for 1 minute of conversation. So that's how sometimes it happens. So. Charter school modification to expand the grade configuration of Globe Charter School. So I will turn it over to Superintendent Gall.
To Dr. Mendelsberg.
To Dr.
If we get the
Mendelsberg.
Globe team to come on forward as well. Thank you.
Good evening.
President Malpacum, Superintendent Gall, directors, good evening. I am here today to talk about Global Learning Objectives for Better Education, also known as Globe Charter School. Its curriculum, their charter school's curriculum under its current authorization from Colorado Springs District 11 serves students in kindergarten through 6th grade. Globe Charter School would like to modify its contract and expand its curriculum to include 7th and 8th grade. This contract modification would allow Globe Charter School to provide the same small school environment to 7th grade students in 23-24 and in 8th grade students beginning 24-25 school year. According to D11 Policy DJ, Section 3A, any modification to a charter school's grade configuration requires a comprehensive review. So I have asked Catherine Siegel, who's the principal of Globe, to provide a presentation that she will tee up, and I'll have her introduce the gentleman that's with her here today. So Catherine, come on up. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Middlesberg. All right. Thank you, Board of Directors and Superintendent Gall, for being able to listen to us and for your consideration tonight. It's a pleasure for me to stand in front of you all and expound on a school that I have had the honor of leading for the past few years, and hopefully persuade you to approve us to carry on our mission and vision to a new set of students. Globe is one of your oldest charter schools with the mission to educate students not only how to read and count, but how to be good citizens of the world. All we do is guided by these core values and our motto, passion for excellence, preparation for life. I would like to begin by turning over the podium to a cornerstone of Globe, Mr. Jeffrey Evans, who will be giving you a brief history about Globe. Mr. Evans is completing his 20th year at Globe and has seen it through various locations, grade levels, and leaders. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Ms. Siegel. Good evening to Superintendent Gall and the members of the board. We'll take sort of a whirlwind tour through Globe over the last 20 years and beyond. First, I need to set for the record, GLOBE, all caps, stands for Global and Local Objectives for Better Education. There it is. All right. So I'll have three topics, sort of, history and moves and current. GLOBE was chartered in Colorado in March of 1995. And if I did my counting correctly a few years ago, just comparing when charters began, I believe that Globe was the 16th charter school in the state of Colorado. Well, here we are 27 years later, completing this year. Now, I need to give respect to the originators of this school, a couple named Rod and Kirti Hemsel. Now, they were world travelers, and Miss Kirti is actually from the nation of India. And they somehow came to Colorado Springs, and they had children in school, and they decided with two UCCS geography professors that they wanted to start a school that looked not only locally but internationally. Therefore, they came up with the acronym of GLOBE Charter School. And as I said, then the school began in fall of 1995. Okay, now our movement since then, the school began in a building on Weber Street and was there for a few years. I was not there yet. Then they moved to an old office building on Bijou, right across from the Chidlaw building. I knew it many years ago. And we were there probably 7 years. I was there my first 5 years at Globe. Then we were fortunate, thanks to the D11 board, we moved 1 year onto Academy Boulevard, and we were in a previous call center building, which actually was kind of fun putting together through one summer. And we had 1 year there. Then the next year, we moved into the Longfellow building. And I will tell you straight up that our time at Longfellow was absolutely the best. And we had 11 years, and when I was there on Bijou, we were K to 12. Then, when we moved on to Academy for 1 year, our little board reduced that to K to 8, and then the move into Longfellow, we were K to 6. And for most of that time, I had sixth graders. Now, here we are 3 years in at our location at North Academy and Vickers, and I have a combination 5-6 class. Love my students, tremendous school, our staff, Ms. Siegel, our principal, could not ask for a better situation. So as the way I see it, I think it is right and realistic that 7th grade is added for this coming school year and then followed on by 8th grade next year, because our students need to follow in line from the education they're receiving at Globe. And I will tell you this, I've had many students in my class over 20 years who begin in kindergarten and they come through my class in 6th grade. And there are 3 families now, I have had all their boys coming through basically from the younger grades through 6th grade. So I thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans, and we hope we have him for 20 more years. All right. So starting in October of 2019, Globe was made aware that the 6-month notification clause was being exercised and that Globe would need to vacate for the following school year. At that time in October of 2019, we had 174 students. We were the only charter school to grow in enrollment that year. And in just 6 months, we had to find a new location, renovate it, and be ready to open our doors in August. And then the COVID-19 pandemic happened. In March of 2020, we were one of the first schools in the region to get back up and learning online with new programs, new schedules, new procedures to educate children during the midst of this upheaval. We opened our doors at our new location of 5759, which you see up here, and yes, we have a playground. Just 1 week after the start of D11 for the 2020-21 school year. Naturally, the move dropped our enrollment. How do I play the video? Sorry. Oh, there we go. Thank you. So naturally, the move dropped our enrollment. But with the addition of our teachers teaching in person and online simultaneously, we had 140 students, 37 of which were online. As schools began to reopen, some of those students went back to their home schools, some stayed homeschoolers, and some, unfortunately, we don't know where they went. The enrollment for the 2021 school year, 22 school year, was just under 100 and remains around there for this school year from October count. Now, losing students is one thing, but our rent when we were at the Longfellow building was between $5,000 and $6,000, mostly in buybacks and insurances. The rent for our new facility is up towards $30,000. Let me reiterate that, $30,000 a month, occupying less than half the space that we did at Longfellow. And might I add that the Longfellow building, according to the last CMAS testing data, only had 34 students. Despite all of that, we still continue to do our best to educate well-rounded human beings. 7th and 8th grade at Globe is not just to get more students, it's to carry on the good things that we do each day to an age group that has arguably the most risk in today's society. I would have liked to turn the podium over at this time to Ms. Melissa Mackin, who is a parent of a current 6th grade student and a 7th grade student who went through Globe, but also now attends a traditional middle school. She's got 4 at home, so wasn't able to attend right now, so I'm just going to read what she was going to read. While the pandemic was filled with many low points, it helped my family to find Globe. I had never thought of my kids going to a charter school before they needed in-person classes became a critical decision. I had no idea what to expect. I wasn't disappointed. Globe is different from the mainstream schools. Every school has their own styles and flow, but Globe had created a feeling of a tight-knit family. Each teacher knows the name of every student in the school, which makes that student feel seen and heard, and most importantly, safe. If you have never had a chance to walk into a classroom at Globe, you can't fully understand the experience of being in this charter school. The small class sizes create learning opportunities that can't even be found in many private schools today. My daughter's sixth grade class last year had about a dozen students. Imagine the education experience provided to her with having unlimited, almost one-on-one teacher interaction. My daughter, who is shy by nature, would have never thought about raising her hand in class before coming to Globe. Now she is one of the student leads for her class. Students at Globe are never at risk of being left behind. They are excelling past the accepted testing standards. Many children do well in the traditional school setting. My children had been in both. There are pros and cons for all types of schooling. My children have flourished mentally, academically, and physically at Globe. Having the higher grades at Globe, I feel, is vital to the students who don't fit into the mold of a traditional student. Students who may have smaller class sizes and more hands-on teaching have built strong academic base for their future goals in life. Thank you, Ms. Mackin. There are also additional letters of support that we provided in our proposal. And it's not just the staff and the parents that want this, it is also the students. This time I would like to play a video for you of our news team that comes on every morning at 8:12. Tells us about the lunch for the day, the weather, and any other important happenings around Globe.
This is GCS Network. I'm one of the anchors, Jace. I'm Lily, and I'm also one of the anchors. I'm Eve, and I'm the investigator. I'm Ashlyn, and I'm the producer. I'm Autumn, and I'm the meteorologist. Right now, on Wednesday the 12th, it will be 71 degrees. But right now, since we're recording, it is Wednesday the 5th, and it's a good 32 degrees. It's cold out there. I hope you're enjoying the weather. And we are soon to be 7th graders. We're all excited for 7th grade to join Globe. Now we'll talk about what we're excited for. First off, I'm excited for smaller class sizes. Yeah, and I'm excited for my teacher to know much about me when I first walk in. I'm excited to have clubs and fun activities. But my mom says she wants me here so I can study and doesn't worry about the classes I'm going to. My mom says the opposite. She wants me to socialize with smaller groups and feel connected. And we'll have one-on-one with our teachers. We will also be in smaller groups, so we will have more learning opportunities. So bring on the 7th grade. I won't be in 7th grade next year, but I'll be in 6th grade. I'm excited for 7th grade for all these reasons, too. And I can't wait to be in my 8th year of Globe Charter School.
Thank you, GCS Network team. I do want to clarify one point that one of our anchors made about the parents concerned about switching class sizes, or classes, excuse me. One question we always One question we always get is about, what about the locker schedule? What about switching from teacher to teacher? Oh, they're going to miss out on that. Well, it is a small part of what makes up a middle school. And they can do it in junior high if they really want to, unless I'm back here in 4 years asking you to expand to a high school. But then also it is just for that part of education. So it is, a minor aspect when we're talking about a middle school experience like they're going to get at Globe. All right, so why is Globe different? What is our niche? And what is our niche inside of District 11? Our small size is our strength, as I can say, attested to many talks we've had here tonight. One, our attention to learning, and two, the emotions of the students. As Mr. Evans spoke as to what our foundations were, over the years, yes, we did slip into being more of a traditional model. Since the pandemic, we have been trying to steer it back towards the reason that the Hemsels found it so important to offer this to families. Caring about others and our world and wanting to make a difference that we are trying to do here, without bringing in the political agendas in, without bringing up the topics of the day that should be going back to parents. We show the kids the world out there needs you, and you have a purpose, and you have much to offer to this world. As you can see, we have started on our social emotional journey, knowing that we can't lock kids away for 2 years and then expect them to come out and play nicely. So we are talking about the world around us with them every day and how we can be part of it. We have built, thinking of the global and local, we have built Trailhead in Ute Valley Park. We are supporting the Mara elephants in Africa. We bring in taekwondo, ballet, improv, band to all ages. We aspire to turn back to our acronym of GLOBE by expanding into languages and studies of culture, and especially into our 7th and 8th grade exploring entrepreneurial programs that we start early on. For instance, we have I'm gonna go back here. Our PBIS is monetary based, so the kids get paid for coming to school every day and on time, and then they buy things at the end of the month for those activities. They don't buy trinkets, they buy things, experiences, they buy dance parties, they buy balloon animal makings, they buy extra art time. One teacher even charges taxes in her room and rent. So we are preparation for life. So besides the experience that we offer, our kids' academics show that our small class sizes are a benefit in the middle school arena. This graph shows, the graph on the left, shows our CMAS scores against the whole of District 11. As you can see, in all the 3 years, the first set of bars is Globe and the second set is District 11. As you can see, that we outpaced the district in all 3 of those years, also bringing attention to the dark green bar, which was the year of the partial closures for the pandemic. I apologize for the confusion on the second graph there. I'm kind of a graph person, so I'm disappointed in myself. If you'll look at it, slice it in half, the first set of green and yellow bars, the green bar would be, Globe. The yellow bar would be District 11. So you can see during the 1920 school year, our scores for there. During the 21-22 school years, we did fall a little bit below the district, but if you dig into that data deeper, you would find that we are in the upper half of the schools in the district. So I believe Superintendent Gall when he says that he wants a partnership with charter schools, and I look forward to the conversation to explore how that's going to look. But I believe we can be beneficial for both D11 and ourselves. The small school model is uncommon in today's education. We take great pride in knowing the parents, knowing the students, partnering with the community, and as you've seen from kids from kindergarten all the way up to hopefully 8th grade. We are excited to offer experiential off-site learning with these small groups of kids and continue the skills and relationships we practice every day. Thank you for your time, your consideration. Are our PBIS. Oh, that was a video we don't have time for today, so we'll keep going. I will be here to entertain any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation and sharing some information about Globe, and thank you too for being here. Board members, comments or questions? This is coming as a non-action item at this time, and in a couple of weeks, it'll circle back as an action item. Director Jorgensen.
So with adding 7th and 8th grade, you would have, like the elementary school model, one teacher for all subjects. If you had a 7th grade class, you'd have one teacher teaching all the subjects of those days, apart from enrichments or specials, right?
Correct.
Okay.
With the caveat that when we add on 8th grade, what we would like to see is a math science person and an ELA person, and those be able to switch for the 7th and 8th grade.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that point. That was my next question was, as a former secondary teacher, having that, skilled person that has over 30 credit hours in a certain subject, you would want to have something like that for the future growth, so I appreciate you clarifying that. And then I know that when you moved into your location at Academy and Vickers, that you had a larger amount of that space, and then have you slowly had to make it that smaller, or can you clarify some of that?
Sure, so we occupy about a fourth of the upstairs and then the whole of the downstairs.
Okay.
So the other two businesses had already had leases in place when we got there. So we haven't added or subtracted anything since we've moved in there.
Okay.
That's what our original lease was.
Maybe what I saw was the change in the other businesses adding things there that.
Oh,
I wondered if
it might
you
be,
were-
yeah.
So, okay, wonderful. Okay, thank you for that. Take it down here. And I think, so what would your class size be then with adding a 7th and 8th grade?
So we're looking to cap it at 20.
Okay.
We want to make sure that, this is a very special, small environment in an uncommon traditional, or an uncommon middle school environment. So we want to make sure, especially as we start off in the first year, that we are upholding academic, behavioral, and attendance qualifications for all these students to know that this is a special place and you're lucky to be here.
Okay, wonderful. And then last question that came to mind was with your Globe Charter board, what have the discussions been around expanding to middle school in the past, and is that what brought you here?
Yeah, so the call has been out there for a long time, and our board president is here if you'd like to speak with him as well, too. But the call has been around for as long as I've been at Globe. You can imagine it's a bit of a hard sell to have somebody leave their K-5 elementary school, come to us for a year, and then go on to a middle school. So it really has been the logical thing to do for several years. It's just that now we've got the people and the passion behind it to do it.
Okay, thank you.
How many 6th grade students do you have right now?
So right now we're at 12, and I will say that all of them except for one who is moving has signed up to come for 7th grade. So we're halfway done.
Okay. You hope to get an additional 10 students or so? That's
Right.
what
I'm
you-
hoping this exposure and then the marketing that we will be doing as well too will garner some interest.
Okay. And just to be clear, you are adding 7th grade next year and 8th grade the following year?
Correct.
Okay. So, small classroom sizes are, that's going to be an ideal opportunity to engage with students and get them the high quality instruction and make sure that each students are being pulled up.
Correct.
But the other side of that equation is the financial stability of your school, and that's where I'm coming to. At less than 100 students that you are talking about, what's your thoughts on that with your budget and the financial side of it? What are the minimum number of students that you need to be there in that school to be financially viable, making sure that you have the supports and being able to pay all the teacher salary and the high rent too that you're talking about?
So 100 is a sweet spot for us for the time being. That would help us get many of the pieces in place that we need. Do we want that to stay that? No. We do want to be able to, along with this addition of 7th and 8th grade and some other programs, again, that have been echoed here tonight, that we are not the same as we were before March of 2020, that if we want to pull kids back into school, that we're going to have to think innovatively. So coming up with some more innovations for Globe to say we've built this foundation, here's some other ideas that we have to make kids want to come back to school again. So in our financials, we do have a 3-year projection, I believe, of getting up to 170 students. I would be remiss if I didn't say we would love the support of the board to be able to help us get into a District 11 building like Longfellow. That would help tremendously on our bottom line there. So again, our partnership would be helpful in our long-term financial stability.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. If we have an empty building, that's for
Yeah.
the administration to come make that recommendation to the school board at some point in time. Do you have an expected projected number of students for next year based on people that have reached out to you, or what your expected projected enrollment will be next year? Are you?
Yes, we're at, so I would say we're at about 70 right now for just returning and the few kindergartners that we have already signed up for next year. So we still have some room to go, but again, the exposure for this, some of the events that we're doing over the next few months, I feel that we could get much closer to that number.
Okay. Director Loma.
In 95, when you got your original charter, you were chartered from K to 12?
Correct.
Okay, so then, did you change your charter at any time?
Mr. Evans, would you?
So,
Not that I'm aware of.
yeah, so it's almost like you're asking to be chartered for something you're already chartered for.
Yes, we were hoping the modification would go a little more easily.
Yeah,
Because
because
of what
if you were already approved for K through 12 on your original charter, I almost think that you could just operate because you already have that charter.
Well, and we're
I would have to
happy to
defer to the superintendent, but if that charter still stands, you should be able to operate.
Excuse me, I apologize. I'm Doug Herring. I'm the board president. She mentioned earlier, and I believe the charter actually did change. So I think that's the reason for this.
And you don't know when it changed, or?
I am not sure when was the charter. Oh,
Chief Odom's got
thank you.
Come on, there you go, there we go.
Everybody, come on down.
Hi. So, remember when the board was over there?
Long time ago.
Yep, and Doug was the principal. Doug is the one that brought the contract modification to the board at the time to reduce it from a K-8 at that time. I would say that was maybe 2008 timeframe.
Okay.
And that was to change it to a K-6.
Oh,
So it
okay.
already reduced from a K-12 to a K-8, and then they wanted to bring it down to a K-6.
Okay, so they
There was
reduced
a
it.
contract mod, and then every time we renew, so when we issue that renewal, it refreshes and restarts and grounds the grade configuration that renewal application has.
And you were here when they did that?
I'm old.
You were like, what, 12?
I was 13, but don't tell anybody, okay? I'm trying to keep it on the down low.
Okay.
Did that answer your question, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Director Ott.
Thank you. So I, like President Melpacken, was looking at the financial side and the APR, and it didn't meet, or you got a 1, does not meet rating for annual net income under finance. And would you address that, just why that was, and yeah, let's start there.
Sure. So when we left the Longfellow building, we had over $1 million in our reserves. Had to use most of that for the renovations of the building, for initial money we had to put down. And so then there was also a over projection of one of the school years, so we did have to pay some of that back. And then also we were late on the audit for that happening as we transitioned from a business manager to a back office company. There was some lag time on that as well, too.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned that there was a 3-year projection. In the documentation that we have on board docs, there is a Globe three-year projection for 23 to 25, but it is only the 23 to 24 budget. So for myself, I'd like to see the actual projection through 25.
So on the other document, which I did get your question earlier, I don't know if the answer got back to you or not, but on the other one that appears to be blank, if you scroll the bars all the way to the left and all the way up, you should be able to see the projections through the 25 school year.
I'm only looking at PDFs, so
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not sure.
It was an Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, well, the problem with an Excel spreadsheet might be that if you put it up online and people, if it's active anyway, people could mess with it. But, so maybe we could get those documents, because right now, that and the FY24 budget amendment draft are exactly the same document. And so the scholar count is 100, across the way, and yeah. So I would appreciate that. Let me see, there was one more thing, I think. I'm curious how else you might be assessing interest in 7th and 8th grade. You included just 2 letters of support, and I personally would have liked to have seen. I'm happy for you. I think this is a good plan that you do this, so I'm inclined to vote yes. But it would be nice to see more than just 2 letters.
Yes, well, and I can say, just again, all of our intents are coming back. Except for one that's moving. We've been actually, we had them out by our sign-in sheets, and first grade mom even signed it up and said she was ready, like, to have it. So, you know, I didn't want to necessarily rub it in, but that to the parents that wanted it for last year and are not getting it, you know, every one of them said that they would be happy. They wish they had had it this year. So unfortunately, at this moment, all I can give you is anecdotal, but there is very strong interest for this. And, you know, once it gets out in the community that this is available, I honestly don't feel like we will have a hard time at all filling up 10 extra spaces.
Okay. And so you have 70 students now? Was that?
No, we're at 79 right now.
79
That's
now.
projected for next year, because inherently, you know, we lose some, and then, you know, you'll never know who you could get in. We do have a large military community, so we did lose some to PCSing back in March. So, yeah, just constantly getting new kids.
It's hard. Okay. Well, thank you, and I do appreciate you speaking to the interest as far as those who would be returning, and the video was cute, too.
Thank you.
I look forward to the additional financials. Thanks.
Thank you.
So what Director Art asked, can we have that information? I think it might be there in that Excel spreadsheet, but it didn't capture when it got transferred over to a PDF, I think.
I will
Maybe
remember.
through Ms. Olson, we can get that information. Director Daniels.
Thank you. I was just curious, with adding 7th and 8th, does that mean you need, or do you have a counselor? Do you have special needs surrounding supports in that way? And
We do. We have our own in-house special education teacher who's there part-time, because our needs aren't large, but we want to support anybody that we do, has them. We also do have our social worker counselor. She wears many hats on site 2 days a week. And so, but then again, too, it's the philosophy of Globe of turning in to the behavior. So, and again, if everybody knows, we know that there's a reason behind that. And so even though our counselor's not in on that day, you know, I'm going down to a classroom and talking, saying, hey, what's going on? We're always working towards something. So, okay, we made this choice today. We're going to make a different choice next time. We're going to learn from this behavior. And as long as we're seeing those students exhibiting what the tools they were offering them, then, hey, we don't have a problem. And like the mom said too, that feels like their child, we aim for everybody to feel emotionally and physically safe every day, whether it's a specialized person or just their general education teacher or their PE teacher or anybody else.
yeah, that's good, because I was going to ask about the other supports like PE and things like that, and which also leads to the question, do you guys identify GT or any type of like need in that way?
So we did not have that need this year, but last year we did. Our STEAM teachers, so currently the students get 2 specials a day. They get PE every day, and then they have art, music, and STEAM. Our STEAM teacher was designated as our GT teacher this year. However, we did not have the need for that this year. But we offer, you know, all the supports that you would find. Sometimes they can't be as great as you would find in a traditional school, but that's the nature of a charter school. But yes, we offer, you know, going on with the 7th and 8th grade. We have a gym right next door that we partnered with last year to have our 6th graders go over to. And so instead of taking them down to the gym to play dodgeball, they can go next door and practice lift training. So a proper way to do a push-up and things like that. So it is about creative thinking that, you know, as a meeting I had with Superintendent Gall, you know, we can't just go in and treat 7th graders like 1st graders, but you know, the idea behind it, the engagement piece, the connection to the teachers, that we can still do the same as we would in a 1st grade class. But doing PE a little bit differently, doing band instead of music, things like that, which we have done in years past as well too, to just think differently for a more mature child.
Thank you. I think I have 2 more questions. So, because I'm not familiar with Globe per se, do you have like just one class of 1st grade, one class of 2nd grade? Is that how it works?
We do. We do have 2 combination classes right now. We have a 4-5 combination and a 5-6 combination, which in conversations with Mr. Evans told me that that was also another foundation of Globe, that they had combo classes out of design. Because that way you built community with the teacher for 2 years, you built community with the people around you. And so it is something we are not putting out of the question for next year, not with our junior high, but with our elementary age kids, not out of necessity, but out of bringing us back to traditional Globe.
And my last question, your original Trailblazers, are they still involved with the school?
They are not, no. I do see them on the Wikipedia page, though. But no, that would be a desire to bring them back and perhaps have them help guide, but also, you know, like I said, we want to get back to that intended spirit. Our original mascot was a turtle that encompassed the land and the sea. And so keeping that as our focus along with our mission and vision, and slowly turning the ship back to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So just to summarize, this is a District 11 charter currently, and they want to expand from K through 6 to 7th and 8th grade. This will come in a couple of weeks as an action item in front of the board. Is there any other information the board needs between now and then to help you make this decision at that point in time? We got to give that feedback to them now, or you can circle back and provide that email to Superintendent Gall and Dr. Mendelsberg, and they can provide that feedback to the principal at the school. If you need any additional information, that will help you make the decision in 2 weeks' time. The finances,
Yes,
we talked about that already.
That'll be in an email tomorrow.
Okay, so I'll take this minute and address, so to speak, the elephant in the room, okay? And that is, to some extent, the decision that was made 3 years back has impacted where you are at this point in time. You had a stable enrollment at the Longfellow building, and the community close by had that, but then you were moved from that building. And that's because of some of the requirements that District 11 had at that time. And I was part of that board at that time. That was the recommendation that came from the administration at that time, that we needed that building for another school. But that put you in a really difficult situation where you are at right now with the loss in enrollment of the students and the impacted Budget that comes along with it, including the rent that you talked about that you pay right now. If there is anything that we as a school board can do to keep you going, because I know that you guys have a wonderful mission to make sure that you educate our kids, I am supportive of it. And if you are not able to be successful in it because you are not able to recruit your students, you will be able to make that decision for yourself. You and your board have to make that decision at some point. What is a sustainable amount? But I want to address that you are in the situation to some extent because of what transpired 3 years back.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
You have a comment?
With that in mind,
Director Loma.
you know, the irony is we have several schools that are so underutilized. And I know in other municipalities, it's common to share buildings. So I think we should have a discussion around that ideal. And that'll help, it'll fill our schools up and give life, and then it'll also help one of the oldest charters in the state. And that would be a win for everybody involved. So I think it's something that we should look into and have a discussion about.
Yeah, at some point in time, we will defer to the administration, our administration and superintendent to bring that recommendation. I don't know what the capacity, which school building would be there, but your input was heard. Okay,
Right.
thank you so much.
thank you.
Appreciate your feedback.
Dr. Mel Packham?
Yes. Is that Director Bankus?
It is.
Okay, go ahead.
Having the opportunity to be an administrator on a campus that had a District 11 school and a District 11 chartered school, I would not be in favor of putting that, I would not be in favor of experiencing that again. It does not serve either school well, unless you had an actual geographical location for each school's operation. And so if we are going to discuss that possibility, I just want to let folks know that I would not be in favor of having a charter school and a public school share the same campus.
Okay, Director Bankus, we are not talking about that at this point in time. So that's not on the table itself at this point. Director Loma brought that up at some future point in time. If administration brings that recommendation, we will consider it. Okay, thank you for the feedback, and thank you for the presentation, and the board will, this will come as an action item in a couple of weeks, and if there are additional questions, we'll reach out to you.
Please do, at
Thank
any
you
time.
for being
Thank you
here.
all so much. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for the board president for being here too. Appreciate it. Moving on, the last item.
Could I make one final comment?
Yes, please.
Globe has an ethos of its own. And to see that, please come in and walk the halls with Miss Siegel. She'll bring you into my room and all the other rooms, and you will immediately feel a different feeling. I would use the word vibe, but a different feeling when you walk into Globe Charter School and then come down and walk the halls and see the teachers and the students, of course, and the interactions with the teachers and students and teachers and teachers and all the combinations we can think of. I know you will see something different, and that's completely positive. And Mr. Loma has been in the school, and he came into my room with Miss Siegel, and we had probably a 20-minute conversation. Then he walked the halls of Globe. So please come in, open door policy. Now we're pushing the end of the year, of course, 6 weeks. But if you can, please come in and take a look. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation. I was just looking at the list of schools that board directors got assigned to, and Director Art was assigned to Globe too, so you must have been there and visited that school too. Yeah, she was. So that's great. So hopefully other board directors would be, if they have the time in their schedule, take advantage of that in the next couple of weeks. Thank you. Moving on to the last item on the agenda under non-action item. This is charter school transfer application, and this is the Colorado CILA, Colorado International Language Academy. This is new information. Superintendent Gall, I'll turn it over to you to make the introductions.
Yep, Dr. Mendelsberg, if you come forward with the CILA team, and I'm just going to tell a little story as they come forward, and just for folks to understand how you get me to come on a school visit. A couple of weeks ago, CILA was hosting their International Day, and I eagerly cleared my schedule because I thought it meant empanadas and schnitzels and other different opportunities for me to take a little walk around the world and get a couple of free snacks in the hallway. Fortunately, actually, the event was a showcase opportunity to see every student in each classroom demonstrate their bilingual nature of this multilingual school. And it wasn't, as I had shared a text with Dr. Mendelsberg, who was there, I said, if I wasn't just impressed enough at seeing kindergartners through fifth graders both demonstrating, themselves on stage, but using several different languages at the same time. The incredible amount of parental support that was inside their auditorium literally just blew me away. And I had commented to Scott, if we could just find a way that we could get this level of engagement in every school that District 11 either serves traditionally or through authorization, then we would have none of the problems that we have. And so the front row was reserved for dignitaries, of which there was myself and I believe one of the board members I was sitting next to. I don't think they're here this evening. But literally parents would flood down the aisles to get that front row seat to be able to record their kids. And I just thought to myself, wow, there's something very special going on here. And so I am certainly thankful for, although late in the season, this transfer application. I turn it over to Dr. Mendelsberg.
And before you take over the podium, just to the board, as the schedule for the next couple of weeks, this is coming as a non-action item today. A week from now, it's coming as a work session agenda item. So the idea is that they are going to make the presentation today. And if you have any major questions or concerns, provide that to them. And we will have a more in-depth discussion at the work session next week where they can come back with questions answered, and then we can go on from there after that. Okay, back to you.
Great, thank you. So I am here to present the Colorado International Language Academy, or CILA. They have applied to be a charter school under Colorado Springs School District 11. This item is to inform that an application and supporting documents has been received. Okay. All the attachments, you guys have all the attachments. If anybody has any questions, let me know. We'll make sure you get to them. I'm going to turn this over. Before I turn this over to the good folks from CILA, I am going to ask Velvet Stepanek, our DAC president, to give you guys her recommendations or her thoughts or her team's thoughts around CILA. Thanks.
Okay, you're done. All right, good evening, Superintendent Gall and board members. My name is Velvet Stepanek. I'm a proud D11 parent and the District Accountability Committee Chair, not the president, sorry. The DAC is required by Colorado law to provide the board an independent review of charter school applications to our district. I want to thank Dr. Scott Mendelsberg for coordinating with us for our review for this charter school application. The DAC subcommittee that worked on this review consisted of parents from the elementary, middle, and high school levels. I want to thank those volunteer members of this subcommittee for the time they spent reviewing the application and the other materials for our report. This is the third charter school transfer application we've reviewed this school year. The DAC has always supported school choice, and we are supportive of schools that serve all students and add value to the D11 portfolio of the schools. When we're looking at a new charter school application, we carefully look at each application. What are the plans? What are the likelihood of the plans for success? What does the plan have the ability to serve all students? How does this school fit into the D11 portfolio? And is this a school we would consider for our own child? When looking at a transfer application, we ask these same questions, but we have additional data that we can review to verify the school's success. The Colorado International Language Academy has been running successfully since 2013. Because of this, the DAC looked at additional information that was available in addition to the application that was submitted by the school. We looked at the school improvement plan for this current year and the school performance frameworks from past years available from the Colorado Department of Education website, as well as we looked at the 2021 Charter Annual Review of Schools, the CARS report from the Colorado League of Charter Schools. The CILA gave us the 2022 review in their application, which we appreciated. Finally, we also went out and looked at the school website just to see the kind of information that was out there. Based on what was provided from CILA and our additional sources, the DAC produced the report that's attached on board docs with strengths, concerns, and questions for board consideration when they're making their decision about the transfer application for CILA. I just want to talk about a few of the strengths that we found. We were very impressed with the unique language immersion program with the 3 languages, and that the teachers are actually native language speakers. We were also encouraged that cultural immersion is encouraged. The school had very strong academic performance from last year and has a diverse student body, and they have a strong enrollment with plans to grow, along with a full-time family outreach coordinator. Some of the concerns we had is, in the report, there were no school accountability committee minutes. I didn't find any on the website at all. I was impressed that from their board agendas, we found evidence that the SAC reports to their board, but it was hard from some of the minutes to see what the details of that was. We also found that the safety plan that was provided was minimal. The parent-student handbook had some safety information, but we had remaining questions and concerns, especially because CILA shares a building with a church, so there were some questions that we had there about safety. We also have some concerns after looking at past school performance frameworks about the future plans to add middle school grades back. past academic performance with the middle school grades was a concern we noticed, and without knowing, we don't know why those grades were dropped from CILA, and we don't know from that program, but without knowing that, we are concerned about the plans to possibly add middle school grades back in the future without some analyzation to see how those academics could be improved. We were also a little concerned when we read the first one about the expectations that CILA has from the district for a facility in the future and possibly on transportation. From reading some of the executive summary and the board minutes, we had some questions that were in our mind. So some additional questions, I just wanted just a few. We'd like to know, how does the SAC work get communicated to the rest of the school? I mean, the SAC is required by law. There are certain things we're supposed to do, but all parents need to know the work that's being done. We also questioned why the IGT identification is so low based on their student numbers. In their parent handbook, they have an expectation that a parent needs to donate 30 hours of service or equivalent each year. What happens if a parent doesn't do that? And then one of the things that we always like to, and they did answer some of this, but besides financial gain, what does becoming part of D11 bring to your school? So our report contains many more strengths, concerns, and questions documented there. But in conclusion, the Colorado International Language Academy is a strong and unique charter school that will add value to the D11 portfolio. The DAC hopes our full report of strengths, concerns, and questions aids the board in making their decision on whether or not to add CILA to District 11. I don't know if you have any questions for me after reading the DAC report or not, but.
I think we should allow CILA to make a presentation and then consider the DAC's comments on whether or not they're either addressed or can be addressed in the time period of this transfer application.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, and thank you so much for having us. It's an honor for us to be here tonight and talk about our wonderful school. We're really excited. No worries. Thank you for pointing that out. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. So let's start with our mission and vision.
Can you introduce yourselves, both of you?
Oh, of course. I thought.
Did you do that? Maybe I misplayed. Okay.
It's okay. Okay. Beth, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Beth Deloge, and I'm the current board president.
And I'm Dr. Barbara Rutter, and I'm the principal at Colorado International Language Academy. Okay, so our mission and vision. Our mission is to provide a very rigorous academic program that is designed to make our students fluent in English and also another major language, and also have a lot of culture and cultural experiences in our programming. We want to provide an academically challenging and content-rich curriculum, and we want to develop citizens of good character and discipline. Our vision is to be recognized as one of the top charter schools, delivering challenging and rigorous academics with a focus on the strategic languages and the culture, and also to develop the whole person, intellectually, physically, and also as a person of character. And all of these things, they are visible in the programming that we have. Our model is a 50-50 language immersion model. That means that the students spend 50% of the day in the immersion language, which is either Chinese Mandarin, Spanish, or German. And very important here too, that math is taught in the language. So the students learn math in German, in Spanish, in Chinese, but also the literacy in the target language. Social studies and science are taught in the English portion of the day, and so are specials. Our academic achievement, this is from the CMAS from last year, ELA and math. You can see that we have been constantly improving our scores. We've also outperformed the geographical district, which is District 11, in all areas and all grade levels this year, which we've been incredibly proud of the achievement of our students. I think it really speaks to how well our programming is working, how well our teachers are doing, and especially in light of going through the pandemic, where there were so many challenges and obstacles to have. we didn't really see that slump after. We're actually on an upward trajectory. So this is something that we are actually really proud of. This is one of the most important parts that sets us apart from other schools. We have a lot of cultural experiences, and we put a really big emphasis on that. So you see pictures of our annual cultural event, and Dr. Mendelsberg and Superintendent Gall were able to attend this year, which we're really happy about. The kids either do a play or a song or a dance, and it is always with an emphasis on the cultural background of their language immersion teacher as well. So our Spanish teachers are from Puerto Rico, from Mexico. We've had teachers from El Salvador in the past, from Colombia, from Spain. Our Chinese teachers are mostly from Taiwan. We've had mainland Chinese teachers as well. And our German teachers, of course, are all from Germany. Not that many German-speaking countries, unfortunately. But they bring all of that into this show. They practice for it. They perform for the parents, and the parents are, like Mr. Gall has mentioned, they are so proud of their children, and they love to come. They love to volunteer. They just love to see their kids perform. We also have international days, and this is worth mentioning because they are all organized by our PTO, our parent-teacher organization is really strong. We have, after the pandemic, thankfully, a lot of our volunteers back in the building. So they prepare this day. It's usually a half day. The kids learn all about a different country. So here you can see, this year we had Palau, we had Ukraine, that's where the sunflowers come in. We've had Qatar, and then we have Ecuador coming up next week. And the students learn about the culture, they learn about the language, they learn about how kids in this other country live, where they go to school, how their schooling looks like, what they wear, what they play, what their traditions and habits are. The kids always do a little craft. Sometimes we have performers. We've had dance groups before. We had drum groups from Africa come in. We've had people that have lived in the country. We had Haiti last year, for example, as a day, and we've had a survivor of the Haiti earthquake come in and talk about their experiences to the kids. We have food samples, as you can see in the pictures as well, so the kids get a little taste of what the food in this country looks like and tastes like. Like I said before, we have a big emphasis on the celebration of our cultural backgrounds. So the Chinese teachers celebrate the Lunar New Year. They celebrate different traditions, tea ceremonies, anything like that. The picture in the middle is actually from our German class, and they are doing a lantern walk each November, which is a big tradition in Germany as well. They cook in the classroom. You can see a student that's eating dumplings that was actually prepared with the Chinese teacher in their classroom. Then we have Day of the Dead celebrations. I think that's the picture on the top. They decorate little sugar skulls. They talk about the traditions behind it. They eat the bread of the dead, as they call it in Mexico. And then we also have events like our World's Fair. It's a big community event also put on by our amazing PTO. We invite all the families out. There is performers, there is food from different countries, just different experiences that you can have. Last year we had a fashion show. As you can see in the pictures, this is actually a family of one of our staff members who's, I think, listening tonight in as well. Her husband is from Myanmar, so they came in their traditional clothing. We have, our teachers from Mexico and Puerto Rico. We were able to get the Chinese cultural group from up in Denver with the dragon dance, and it was an amazing experience for all of our community. And I will let Beth speak to what we can add to your portfolio.
So I'm actually wearing two separate hats tonight. I am not only the board chair, but I'm also a parent of one of the students that has been in attendance at the school from kindergarten and is now in 2nd grade in the Spanish immersion class. So I first wanted to speak to you as a parent about why I chose this school, because I think it will offer you a great deal of insight about what makes us unique and why it could add to your portfolio for the parents within your school district. I do live within the school district. I actually live right across the street from a D11 school. And I ultimately chose CILA as our school for our child. There's several reasons I did that. I will say we stumbled on the language. That was an added bonus. We chose the school for its diversity. We searched high and low. We toured school after school after school within our district, as well as other charter schools. And this was the school where we were able to see the most diversity among the students, among the families. And again, if you come to our school, you will see that. I think, Mr. Gall, when you came to our event and you looked across the audience, not only did you see a quantity of families, but you can hear different languages from the families. Everyone looks different. You're experiencing different cultures, and that's what we were looking for our family. And this was quite honestly one of the only schools where we were able to find that. I think that's something that's very unique that wanted to make sure you understood. Additionally, the language immersion, as I said, that was kind of a bonus that we stumbled on when we got there. Our son has excelled in learning a language that neither me or my husband speak. It's a pure joy to go to a restaurant and hear him converse with someone in a language that my husband and I honestly don't understand. It's a really strong model. It was intimidating when we started there, but we are seeing it work at its best and looking forward to seeing what it will do. We personally love that all of the language teachers are native speakers. That means that not only is our child understanding the proper indentations and dialects, but also deeply understanding the culture of each country. Dr. Rutter touched on the fact that the teachers bring the culture into their classrooms, and that is something that only can be done by a native speaker. I could go teach a language class if I knew another language, but I don't think I would fully understand the culture and be able to express that to the children in my class. So that is something also very unique for us. So those are the main reasons as a parent why we chose this school. And again, we are District 11 residents, taxpayers, and yet we still chose to go to a charter school. From a board standpoint, what makes our school unique and why I think we would be good for your portfolio, our enrollment is on the upswing. We are seeing a continuous improvement in our enrollment. Year after year, we're seeing that increase for a variety of reasons. But our parents in our school are our biggest advocates and our biggest outreach for our school. They attend different school fairs, they go to the library and hand out bookmarks about our school. And I think that the more parents that we have that are out there, you will only see our enrollment continue to increase. I don't think we're ever at risk of seeing the enrollment go down. Also, you're looking at a school that has an incredibly stable financial standing. We are projected to be in the black this year, despite COVID, despite everything that was happening with that. We still stand very strongly. We've got a very healthy investment as a backup in the case that we need it. We're projected to, I think, even do better next year than we have. So we're just seeing our finances grow each year. And then last, Dr. Rutter touched on it, our proven high performances in academics. We invite you to come and watch one of our Chinese classes in math. You will see kids at grade level or above grade level learning math in a different language. It's truly incredible. I'm in awe every time I go to one of the classrooms and see that. So I do believe that we would be a great addition to your portfolio for all those reasons. I don't think that there's another charter, and again, as a parent, I was out there looking, that can do what we do as a school. So we welcome any questions from any of you about anything in our application. We appreciate your time in reviewing the application and look forward to a healthy discussion.
Thank you. I appreciate both of you being here and providing an overview of what your school offers. One question that comes to my mind, and you don't need to answer it right now, you can circle back at the work session. You talked about what CILA can add to your portfolio. What does being part of District 11 add to you, the opposite end of the question? So flip it around. Maybe you can provide that answer at the work session a week from now. And then also the questions that the District Accountability Committee, Ms. Stepanek raised. I think you have that report with you, and I do have some of those questions about whether you want to, about wanting District 11 to provide you a building in the future. You may have to get in line. We just had Globe out here asking the same thing. So, but some of those questions may come up. All the questions that the DAC provided for you, I would say that some of those may come back up at the work session. And with that, I will ask my board members to Director Loma.
What year did you say you started?
So the school was founded in 2013. We used to be Global Village Academy, so we were part of the Global Village Collaborative, Charter Collaborative up in Denver.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we split.
Well, let me give you some information. You know who Terry Gogarty is, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
In 2012, Terry Gogarty called me and drug me to Denver to go look at these schools. So I'm saying this because you are one of my dreams that come true. Because I've seen the potential when I went to Denver, and I know you're over there where you and McLaren changed buildings.
Yes, we did.
Because we helped, well, at that time, we helped you buy the old middle school. Do you remember that? Well, you were before your time, and then you switched because for good reasons, financial. They grew out their building, and you weren't occupying a lot of space. So that's the history going back. But I noticed when we first tried to start this school, well, when we first started the school, it was 100% immersion. Then you went to 50-50. Why?
We actually went from 80-20 to 50-50. And I've been at the school since 2014. I started as a German immersion teacher. I taught kindergarten and first grade.
Also, you remember, yes.
Yes, yeah, I do. And then I moved up into special education, and then, so I've been with the school minus that very first founding year. I am not 100% sure why we went to the 50-50 model. I think part of it had to do with the pressure of, state testing. Good old state testing, because it is in English.
Right.
And I can say my kindergarten students back then only went to English for 30 minutes a day. And teaching kindergartners how to read, those early years that are so important for literacy.
Right.
I'm only assuming this was, part of the reason as well, because 30 minutes a day is just not enough to prep the kids and get them ready for what they need to do later on, in state testing and just in general. So I'm assuming this was one of the reasons.
Yeah, well, good. Well, like I said, well, you know where I stand. You can kind of partial. You're like, like one of my kids. Because I really believed in this. I think it was ahead of its time when we brought it in, because it didn't catch fire like I thought it would. But I think its time has come because things are changing, and the pandemic helped you because it changed education. And what I really liked was the native speaker when they bring them, and it was just intrigued. You bring them in from Taiwan, you bring them in from the native countries, and the connections that you make force cultural enhancement. You have to understand culture, and if you want diversity, you go to that school. That you're not going to get it anywhere else. True diversity where cultures clash, right? They're right there. So I really appreciate you keeping the flame going and doing what you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Ott.
Thank you. I do want to recognize, well, first, you all, thank you for bringing the application forward, and also the DAC and its subcommittee for the review it does. And I always want to hear the review. So now I want to hear your answers, and I know we'll do that at the work session. But they are, they're the ones doing the deep dive on our behalf. So I always like to listen to what they have to say. And I will gently ask Dr. Mendelsberg, I'm not sure that the actual application got posted for us. So, somewhere that just needs to happen, that we get that.
Yeah, I
posted.
just saw that email come through from Dr. Mendelsberg
Okay.
sometime earlier this thing. I don't know what happened out there. You sent it to me, I'll forward it to the board. It just came at 4:30 or 5 this evening. Yeah,
All right.
okay.
Well, that'll be good background for us, too. So that's it. The questions, like I said, that DAC has posed are the ones that I would also be following up on and looking at your website also. And, yeah, I'll leave it there for now. Thanks.
So you captured what Director Ott's requests were. We will send that application. I think Dr. Mendelsberg has caught that. And then she circles back to the DAC, the questions from the DAC. Anything else from the board out here, Director Jurgensen, Director Daniels? Anything that you would like them to address at the work session next week? And Director Bankus, if you are still with us, you can also provide that feedback.
Thank you.
Director
Sandra wants to go, she can.
Does Director Bankus wants to talk? Do you have anything to talk, Director Bankus?
Well, I have a question about math being taught in a foreign language and then being tested in English. And I don't know, I need clarification on how children are prepared to access that testing.
Yeah, so like I said, the math is taught in the foreign language. The kids still get enough knowledge through that to actually access, the testing in English. They do understand instructions. They do understand core mathematical phrases, whatever they need. Some of these things do get touched on or have been in the past in English, especially when we did have the 80-20 model. But yeah, it has not been a problem. Our math scores are robust, and we are using a really great curriculum. We're using Singapore Math. It's rigorous, it is robust, it produces results. The kids are, after leaving us after 5th grade, are well prepared to be in actually advanced classes in math in middle school.
I'll just opine that having visited a 4th grade math class in Mandarin Chinese, I was amazed at the on-grade level math being taught that I could just follow because I know math, but I couldn't understand a dang word. And so I think really it's a rhetorical question, which is we'd love to understand the secret in the sauce of how you're teaching on-grade level math in a foreign language. I think many schools challenge in just getting on-grade level math. And to see it happening in a foreign language, I think it really roots in the native tongue of your instructional staff. That children have proven that they adapt and pick up languages when immersed in native language, moreover than just in foreign language. And I think that's just in the way that the host or the teacher in this aspect, it's the way their brain is programmed because it's their native language. So it becomes immersive in that experience. But Dr. Bankus, I'd love for you to come visit and see some of that when you're back out.
Well, it's very common in Europe.
Thank you, I plan to.
Very common.
Are you done with your questions, Director Bankus?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Director Jurgensen. Oh, sorry about that.
Yep, I was hot there. You mentioned, increasing enrollment, maybe just a projection of what room you have for greater enrollment of, hey, we can safely grow to this amount, but this would stretch us based on current building and things like that. If you are seeing year-over-year growth there. So that would be my one thing to look at on top of the things that have already been mentioned tonight. So thank you.
Okay.
So you can bring that next week, enrollment projections, what you have. How long have you been the principal out there?
So I was the assistant principal in 2019-20, and then the principal left, and at the end of that school year, around May, I took over as interim and have been a principal ever since.
Okay, thank you. And you've been on the board for a long time, too?
Yes, so I am actually fairly new to the board and this role. I got pulled on the board because of my extensive experience in nonprofit management, particularly in board development. So we are looking at building out a strong, diverse board to reflect, the children that we serve. So that was the skill set that I was brought on for. And we actually have a strategic planning session coming up next month, where board development will be a hot item on the agenda, making sure that we're well-rounded out. I think we're pretty well-rounded right now, but I think we could always be better.
Director Loma, you had something?
No, I was just saying, dealing with languages, when I go to Europe, I would speak Spanish because a lot of Europeans don't, and Americans, well, you know what I mean. So I spoke Spanish, and many Germans speak Spanish or French. It's kind of common for them to have multiple languages. It's just in America where they've lost that importance of having multiple languages. So oftentimes I would travel throughout Europe and just speak Spanish because almost everybody, it was kind of strange, spoke Spanish. But it helps the brain. And where are you from?
I'm from Germany.
What part?
Bavaria.
Bavaria?
Yes.
I was in Nuremberg for several years, so
Yeah.
I lived in Fürth.
I was born in Fürth, actually.
Oh my goodness, look at that, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, you're right. I speak 3 languages.
Yeah.
I was fluent in French at some point, probably not anymore, but I had to learn Latin in school and English and French, some Spanish. So for us, it comes, it's just more natural because we are we're surrounded by different cultures.
Right.
You leave the country and it's a completely different culture, different experience. So it is more important for us. And I do believe that we want to bring this, into this community. I do believe it is important to have that, because it's not just about learning a language and being able to communicate in a different language. The language and the cultural experiences and instruction stretch so much further than just being able to speak a language.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further questions from the board. One other question that I have on my mind, has this been discussed with your school community wanting to be part of District 11? And maybe you can provide that feedback at the work session too. How your school community is to be, how was this received?
Yeah.
Do you have some data to demonstrate they want to be part of District 11 too? Okay.
Yeah,
I
we can
don't
do
see
that.
anything else. If any other questions come up by the board members, they will reach out to Superintendent Gall and Dr. Mendelsberg and send it to you. We look forward to seeing you a week from now. If you need to bring additional people out there with you at that point in time, I don't know if both of you, or if you need to bring other staff members out there. And back to you, Ms. Beth. Your son speaks, what language is he?
He's in the Spanish immersion class.
Okay, you're talking about the Spanish then that he speaks at the restaurants or whatever it is that you go to. Yeah.
I have to assume it's Spanish because I don't speak Spanish.
Yeah, that becomes the concern, I mean, I've got a teenage daughter and she's now like talking back to me and giving some lip. I'm now thinking like if my child is going to be talking back in a foreign language, I wouldn't even know what to make of that, but I'm just kidding, all kidding aside. It's good to have you guys here, and we look forward to more healthy conversation next week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time.
Okay. And then for the DAC too, do we have any questions for the DAC, or are you guys planning on, I know that this is even longer, are you planning on being here at the work session next week?
If you need me to be at the work session,
Okay,
I
but
will be there.
I'm going to ask the board, do you have any questions, Ms. Stepanek, or the report was good enough? And Okay,
of course,
I think the report is good enough. You are welcome to be there at the work session next week if your scheduling allows, but
Let's just commit to bringing this first in the work session next week, as CILA has extended an inordinate amount of time into the evening, and to have it available for Ms. Stefanik as well to be a part of that. We say that agenda item number 1 next week would be.
yeah, that's the plan.
Right.
And but right now the board has no questions for Ms. Stepanek itself, but you are welcome to be there. It's optional at your convenience. I'm going to leave it at that.
right.
Okay. Moving on to future agenda item tasks from board members. Seeing none? No. Director Art.
Yes, just a note on agenda items. We went through a phase there where we got things pretty late, and then had the request that we get things in a more timely fashion. And I think that after spring break, we got some late things, and that is understandable, but I hope that it doesn't become a regular thing, because I know we had some updates at the very last minute again. And I just want to reiterate that I would love to see things posted accurately and in a timely fashion, like by Friday, when everything goes up. And I'm sure it's no one person, and changes will come up, but we shouldn't be asked to read things multiple times because there's changes made. So that's the key for me right there. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I've addressed that with Superintendent Gall too. He is aware of that, and he and his team are aware of it. I think he's talked to his team, so they're going to do everything possible to post everything in a timely fashion by Friday, especially considering we don't have permanent secretary to the Board of Education out there. So to make the job easier on everybody involved, including Ms. Olson and the rest of the board too, we would really appreciate if you can get everything to Ms. Olson in a timely fashion by Friday. Director Jorgensen.
My question was, I had a couple teachers that I was speaking to about them getting their 5E data recently, and I just thought we haven't seen our 5E data for us as a board members, so I didn't know if we had that planned for a future work session to review.
Next week.
Next week.
Okay, wonderful. I haven't looked that far ahead. I apologize. So that's great. I look forward to it.
Yeah, that's the 2 items that are on the agenda next week, which would be CILA, the 5 essentials, and then update on, is it Proposition FF, which was about the food thing. I think those are the 3 things that are on the agenda off the top of my head for next week. Director Art back.
Yes, sorry. One other thing, I had written myself a note and then missed. I would be interested in having the board make a statement, since we were called out about not having one as far as white supremacy. And I wonder if my fellow board members would be interested in joining Director Daniels and I in that as a statement publicly.
Okay, different board members have different opinions on it. I mean, is this something the board is interested in doing? And then the board may come and ask for some other statements from the other side too, so.
Against
I
white
will-
supremacy? You think so?
No, I am talking about generally they could make a comment request, not about white supremacy. They may come and make a request on something else. That's all I said.
Certainly.
I didn't say anything against anything else. Any board member support on this at this time?
Make a statement?
Statement right now. Okay, we all talked about it in our board member reports, and we talked about that the board values what each and every student brings to the table, whether they are white, brown, or black. It doesn't matter. We value what the child brings to the table, and that's what the board consistently has stood on over the thing. I don't know. We need to stand out and make a statement about it at this point in time, because we recognize every student and their inherent value that they bring to the table. But I'll defer to the board members. Any support on what the directorate made? Okay, seeing none.
Oh, I do see a thumbs up. I would like to recognize that Director Daniels at least gave a thumbs up.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Any further? Director Jurgensen.
To Director Ott's question, if it's to have a piece of paper that says it, just to have something out there, if that's what we want to do, you know, the thing is, it's a lose-lose in what I think and consider sometimes of, if I don't say anything and I don't give you a thumbs up, then I'm this, or if I do, then I'm that. So it's always just like a kind of a interesting predicament. So if we want to have a statement that says we're against it, we obviously are, then let's make a statement and put it out there. But if it's just to say we have a statement on it, to say we checked the box, then I'm not, it's not worth the effort in my thoughts. So that's where I'm at. If we want a statement to say, yep, we're against it, I'll say it right now, we're against it. But if we need a sheet of paper that says it or an announcement, we can do that too, if that's what we want to do. So.
Director Ott.
My problem with that is that when you talk about it.
I will recognize you 1 minute. Okay. Director Ott.
Thank you. I think that if you do not address an issue as significant as that one, or anti-Semitism, et cetera, then you stand quietly aside and allow it. And that can be seen as accepting it, maybe not promoting it, but accepting it. And I would prefer that the board stand up against it. And so that's my invitation. We can say that the will of the board is that we value every student and that we are inclusive. But if you don't, it's not the will of the board unless there's an actual vote behind it, for one thing. So I don't know if we'd get 4 thumbs up here, and that's disappointing. I appreciate your comments, but, and I agree, it could be seen as just a piece of paper with a statement, but we are in a time and we are facing a situation that I think it's more than a statement.
Okay, Director Bankus, and I'll come to you, Director Loma. Director Bankus.
Yes, I am unsure of why this is risen to the surface at this particular time. And I will join my fellow board of directors in saying white supremacy has, as a theory and a practice, has no place in District 11. I think actions speak louder than words, and I think this board has acted in a way that says we do value every student, that this is not white supremacy, and the tenets that it supports are not what we would allow or approve of in the actions and the decisions in which we make. Having said that, again, I don't know why this has come up at this particular time and to this, I don't know, this particular need to take a statement. So do I need to state publicly that I don't support white supremacy? I will make that statement. I do not support white supremacy. I do think that we look at each other and our kids and our staff in a way that says you as an individual are unique, and it is part of my responsibility of being a good citizen that I work to find common ground and work to find ways in which we can be friends and enrich, if possible, the fact that we have a relationship, whatever that relationship might be. 1 degree, 9 degrees, however you want to phrase it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bankus. Director Loma.
You know, we're here to educate kids. And then that's a slippery slope. If you start making statements about that, then you can just start making statements about a lot of stuff that really, I mean, there are certain attributes or certain beliefs that you have that I am completely against, but I'm not gonna make a statement saying, well, I'm against this, and I want everybody to make a statement, and I want the board to join me along. So the slippery slope is dangerous. Yeah, and actions do speak louder than words. And if you begin to address it, then it exists. If you just let it die, it'll die. To bring it up is changing the dynamic of our board. And it's not, to me, it's a waste of time. It's almost like understood, you know, it's understood. Hey, Jason, you're white. You don't have to tell me that. I kind of figured that out by looking at you. So, you know, give me a break. Nobody here is for any type of terrorist activity, be it white supremacy, black supremacy, trans terrorism. We don't care what it is. We're against all that. So we should just let it die.
Thank you. And Superintendent Gall was pointing to me, we do have a non-discrimination policy itself, equal opportunity policy that the board adopted, policy AC, that talks about to promote the rights and responsibilities of all individuals as set forth in the state federal constitution. So that's kind of, you know, I mean, we can take a stand for or against so many different things. And where do we draw the line? If we start taking things for one thing, are we going to next say we need to take a stance supporting indigenous people or Native Americans and, you know, people in the refugees? I mean, we as a district, all the board members publicly said that we are against white supremacy. We recognize the inherent value that every child brings into school district 11. We see them for what they are, and we recognize them for what they are. There is no discrimination. There is no bullying. Our schools are not tolerant of any type of bullying. And even this one teacher that was supposedly identified the administration acted swiftly on it on a personnel matter and took care of it. So with that, seeing no further comments, moving on. Calendar review. Tomorrow we have a
I just want to highlight that the district has already posted, thank you, Deborah, for getting to me, and I'll read it. School District 11 is committed to a policy of non-discrimination in relation to disability need, special education services, whether actual or perceived, race, creed, color, sex, marital status, sexual orientation, transgender status, gender identity, gender expression, national origin, religion, ancestry, age, genetic information, or protected activity. Any harassment, discrimination of students and or staff based on those protected areas will not be tolerated and must be brought to the immediate attention of the District 11 Non-Discrimination Compliance Grievance Coordinator. Non-Discrimination Compliance Coordinator is Catherine Ritchie-Rapp. And so that is publicly available. That has been publicly available. The district has acted with great swiftness on many egregious challenges to staff behavior, of which this just happens to be one. The other ones have also been covered by the news. This has been the strongest statement that the district has given, and even in times with consult of being told that we should not release information of saying that individuals are on admin leave. Our normal policy is that we say we do not comment on personnel actions. Individuals have rights, and they are guilty until proven, they are innocent until proven guilty.
There you go. Woo.
There you go, get that. But I do want to be clear that as the conversation goes, the district has already cited the strong policy of this board and existing boards to be able to take those actions.
Thank you. Thank you for that additional additional information. Calendar review. Tomorrow we have a board town hall. It starts at 6 o'clock at Mitchell High School. It's in the library area. That's my understanding. So I request the board members to be there 10 or 15 minutes. It's scheduled for an hour. I think we got a list of questions from Ms. Ashby. You can take a look at those questions. If there are any questions that you would like to comment on, you can let me know on that. We may also take additional questions out there depending on time availability, impromptu from the people that are attending out there. Next Wednesday is the work session, and right now on the agenda are the 3 items that I mentioned, CILA coming back and 5 essentials data, and then the proposition FF, I think, if it's coming, the food, the one that got adopted in the ballot measure last year. And then we have a regular board meeting on April 26th at 4 p.m. With the executive session probably on IBB is subject. And last one thing, I do want to circle back to the conversation that came up about the superintendent evaluation. Vice President Jurgensen is going to take on that responsibility, so he will communicate with Superintendent Gall. I will be in the loop on it, but I've got so many things on my plate, and Vice President Jurgensen will ensure that he contacts Superintendent Gall, gets the rubric to you, and also keeps you in the loop on the 360 evaluation piece. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Melissa, roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
I think Director Nelson left.
Please just give us a minute.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. We are officially adjourned at 10:43 p.m.
All right. Yes.